Probably the next thing to do. Just that Albert. Albert is still around. I guess this is the good still up and out and pass too. I guess I'll dump the guards behind Moonrise. Probably get fire after that. I don't think that is in there, but it is what it is. Minthara died, so there's no rescue Minthara. Very long guy with invisibility person. Should have maybe have a invisibility portion there. Let some people in the water.
Can you hear me, guys? Is the sound going through? Is the sound? Okay, perfect. All right, let me just, this might be a little bit different today in that I will be doing the stream as normal, but I am tackling a new potential technical intricacy or difficulty in that I'm attempting to do something called the multi-stream, where I add the stream into my YouTube channel and onto Twitch, just to see how this works. Probably nobody will at all will watch from YouTube, but the idea is that I want to see does that translate into a video being recorded on YouTube, and if so, that's a good thing for me. So that's what I'm going to try today. So, and also it's going to be a short intermission around 30 to at least at around 30 minutes, in 30 minutes or so, or maybe slightly earlier, where I need to break and help my wife with a couple of things. So that means that I'm going to boot up the stream, and then I'm going to stream for, I think, 3 or 4 hours. That's the idea. And hopefully I can get very far with the game. My intention is that I want to go and get to at least to level 9, and then I'll probably have all of the interesting, dangerous encounters left before going to fight Myrkul. So let's see if I can do this today. I'm not certain that I'll be fighting Myrkul today. That's probably a bit optimistic, but we are going to see. So now I just need to check one thing here. Okay, this does work. Fantastic. All right. Okay, so this is my 5th or 6th rather installment of the Wyll run, which is the run where Wyll number 60, who is the and it is the 60th attempt at least of Warlocks on the solo honor mode run track. I've died more times than I can count to all kinds of stuff, and basically that's a very steep learning curve, so that I am at this point where I feel confident that, of course, you know, shit can happen and you can be tired and problems can arise, but hopefully this is going to be the one where I finish the game with Wyll. I still need to get through Act 2, of course. That's the major roadblock. Once I get to Act 3, I think I'm going to be good with the stuff that I got going here. Wyll is level 8 Fiend Warlock, the Origin Warlock, with everything is as is, outside of a few minor stat adjustments, which I did because the baseline stat row wasn't very appealing to me. I wanted a higher charisma score. I wanted a high constitution score, for instance, because there's a plan for that. So a bit of adjustment at that point. Outside of that, it's a Fiend Warlock with Pact of the Tome, which is my preferred. The horns are not there because the infernal robes are there. And thank you for coming, Quaint Mako. Great to have you. Bonjour and all. Right. Right. So this is the baseline Warlock with the Fiend and the Pact of the Tome, and the 2 feats that I've chosen for this guy is a charisma. Is a charisma increase. There's a very specific reason why I do it this way. Is right now I'm at an uneven score, and that's even adding the anti-ethel spoon from defeating the hag in Act 1. But the idea is that once you get to Act 3 and you get to the Mirror of Loss, there you get that charisma all the way to 22 with a +1 and +2, so that adds up to the 22. And with the hat that you can purchase in Act 3. That's 24 charisma, and that just adds up to so much with all of the stuff that you get from various things. And then the other thing is the Warcaster feat, which is not a particularly strong feat, but I like the feat because I'm not using any battle consumables, in that I don't have the elixirs that can help me give me advantage on those saves. I am locked into the potent ropes for the way that I'm playing the Warlock here, to get maximum power out of my Eldritch Blast. So I cannot use Minthara's armor either to kind of offset that concentration problem with the spells. And because I'm using the haste spell for the dangerous fights, I can't get lethargic. That's a death sentence, more or less. So I'm kind of locked into a situation where I need to choose something, and the way that I'm doing it is by choosing the Warcaster feat. Also, in traditional Dungeons and Dragons, this is a very strong feat. So I actually like using it a lot, even if I'm losing out on other interesting feats like the dual wielder feat for dual wielding staves, or dual wielding, all kinds of weapons. Very, very strong for the caster, the dual wielder feat as well. So that's the choice that I've made for this, basically. And I think that's pretty much all there is to say. Monoclass and no consumables is the baseline for this run, with the exception of a few quest items that I allow. But it's at this point we're down to a very, very few items that I still use for this particular themed run. So at this point, last time I went into the Gauntlet of Shar, I killed a bit of Dark Justicias. I completed 2 out of the 3 trials. I didn't die, obviously. This is still an honor mode run. I didn't die at the Faith Leap trial, but I couldn't complete it with the usual. It is actually a glitch, but the usual glitch that I'm using to complete the Faith Leap trial. And now I'm in a situation where I know that it's also still, at least until patch 7, possible to fly across, which means that I need the fly spell if I want that to work. And this is like, this is really ridiculous, because I mean you can do the Indiana Jones walkthrough, but it's losing your character at that trial to something which I have to say is still kind of dangerous, no matter how good you are at it. It's just it's so unrelated to the game that I'm considering cheating for that bit. But I'll get to that. Well, I'll get to level 9 and probably choose to get the fly spell, and then I'll see if I can kind of get around that without doing that way. But right now I'm in a process where I need to go and basically clean up. I still need a bit of stuff in Act 1, and of course I need to go into the creche and deal with that as well. I'm still contemplating if I'm doing the murder hobo, or if I am going to go into the astral plane, talk to the visitor, the dream visitor there, and go back and do walkers, and then do the rest of the creche that way. I'm very, very torn on that topic. I don't know how I'm going to deal with that just yet, to be honest. I need to figure it out. There are so many questions that I haven't quite answered for myself. I also don't know if I want to murder hobo the entire Moonrise Towers, or if I want to try the big fight and just deal with it, chips fall as they may. I haven't quite made up my mind. So, but until that point where I do those big things, I need to deal with mommy and daddy up here at some point. I need to deal with the doggos. I need to think about the measles. I have the fight with the meanlocks. Obviously, I have the Isabel fight. I have the portal defense fight, and potentially extra fights following the portal defense. Nope, no portal yet. I defeated all of the plants outside of the major plant, which I haven't figured out a way to fight this guy without cheesing him in a safe environment. So I'm still undecided on what to do with this guy. Potentially, I will cheese him potentially, but I haven't quite decided just yet. Yeah. The portal defense is well. The great thing about the portal defense is that you don't necessarily need to complete it. You still get the experience. You lose the Halsen bit, which of course I want the Halsen bit in there, and I also, if I can manage to defend the portal and obviously deal with mommy and daddy, I get that extra fight with Oliver and his father and mother, and I really want to do that if I can, obviously. Yeah, you're more than welcome, Mako. Thank you for coming. Thank you very much. But this is the bit, and then obviously I have the Masons Guild. I didn't do anything in the town square, so that means the Drider is there, and also the Shadows are there. I also need to deal with Thistle. So there are so many things, and I'm assuming that doing all of the things up here is going to bring me to around maybe a quarter until level 9-ish. And then I need to go down into the Shaw Gauntlet, I'm guessing, and dealing with the Shaw Gauntlet down there and getting the rest of the XP from that. Also Lythendor, I think I'm going to be dealing with him after Myrkul, because the sleep spell is just potentially going to wreck me. I need a stable solution for that bit as well. So there are a couple of things, but right now I need to go into not very dangerous encounters, but a lot of them. And that's basically what I'll be using the next 3 or 4 hours doing. Hopefully, no death. Let us just jump straight into it. We will begin by killing the dogs, I think. Find them. They're up here. Right. So the dogs behave like all other shadow enemies in the Shadow Cursed lands, meaning that or most others, you'll have the shadowy teleport where they teleport around, which is why I'm going to be dropping down. Where is it? No, I'm trying to locate my Moonlight Lantern here. Because I know I collected the Moonlight Lantern last time because I dropped it by accident. And then I was in the fortunate situation where Critique was able to help me collect it, so, and I also know where it was that I dropped it, so let's just go back and check if I in fact did not collect it, which is again becoming more and more weird for me. Okay. So is the Moonlight Lantern in fact gone now? That is the question. So the fake moon lantern actually works. or the fake, the one that the pixie came out of, but I know that I picked up the other one. I need to quickly go and see what I did there. Be right back. Yeah, I think I actually went and dropped that again and forgot to pick it up, which is pretty classic for me. So it should be right down here. And I am going to take a short break in a few to help out with some family stuff, and then I will be back. There we go. Yeah, the if you want to go back and you want to play something that you haven't played for months, it's very, it's like, it's even for me with this character that I played so much, taking a break for like 2 or 3 weeks is scary as shit, because you come back and you need to do stuff which you know is like you can die at every point because it's dangerous, and then you go back into it and you're just like, okay, do I remember how to do this? And it's like it's still honor mode, you cannot reload. So there's that. All right, I think I am going to take a short break before initiating the fight to just help out with the family stuff. So catch you in, I don't know, 15 minutes ish. Hello. Alright, I am back. So I will be initiating the combat with the dogs now. And basically, there is the danger of one of the dogs, the leader of the pack, has the fear shout that it likes to use, which is something that is slightly difficult to kind of prevent. It can be a bit of a hassle, honestly. But let's see what happens. Drop the Moon Shield aura and the other fake Moon Lantern aura here. I'll be using this setup, which I think is fine for the combat. I don't think this will pose any specific problems. And then just pre-buff the stuff that I need for the fight, which means could actually also be the Arcane Blessing Staff. Even if it seems a little bit over the top, it's just a very annoying thing if you get that fear on you. There we go. And then we have the combat. And there is the Alpha, which is by far the most dangerous of them all because of the fear that it does. The knockdown chance of all of the other Shadow Mastiffs is of course not particularly funny, but not as dangerous. As long as you have the Moonlight Lanterns up. There is the Terrifying Howl. Let's just check the DC. DC is 11, so it's not that bad. It's just, I mean, potentially it can happen. To get the scratch into the fight. And the reverberation does work. Doesn't play a major part, but definitely it does seem to work out for me. Let us see. How do we shed light on the situation? A lot of Lathander. There we go. Dogs are not particularly dangerous, but there is that off chance that you get fearful, and if you can get knocked down by some of the dogs, you just take more damage. And if that is a problem because you play a class that cannot that is not immune to prone, then it's not particularly fun to get the knockdown, to get the prone when a lot of enemies can hit you. So So for me, that bit actually matters. Right, I think as far as the the measles goes, I am going to wait off a little bit with those, and then let's see, where do we go? Head into Redwind Town, and then we go for the Masons Guild. I think we have everything in place. We have the advantage on perception check, shield. Oh, that's a problem. That is not an advantage. Thanks a lot. That is not an advantage. Luckily, killing the dogs is probably not the most crazy of encounters in this game. Right. And the technical issues is always something that I need to pay attention to. Let's see here. So moving in here, there's a trap. I think I'm not going to spring it. I'm just going to ignore. This chest doesn't have anything really valuable in there. So I'll just be heading into this part where I like to just drop down a moonlight lantern here and probably keep the Blood of Lathander, because the Blood of Lathander is just incredibly effective for this. It is just so effective for this. Let's go. And as with the shadows, always the dangerous bit with these guys is, as a very low strength character, is that you don't want to get that strength reduction down to 0, because that's instantaneously going to kill you, right? So that's the bit that is a little bit worrisome. But let us see. I think probably Wyll will do fine this time around. He has the sunbeam, all kinds of things. So killing these will probably not be that difficult. But the strength drain of the shadows is definitely horrible. The big guys, ironically, are not as bad to fight. It's just that every time you need to do one of those rolls where things can, all kinds of manners of bad things can happen. Right, so yeah, I can actually push my own Moonlight Lantern with that spell. That's interesting. So yeah, this guy, I wanted this guy dead, and then probably just going to shoot the rape here. Yes. And then we're going to see if the blind from the moonlight, from Lathander's Blood of Lathander is just really helping out with all kinds of undeads in Act 2. So even if Wyll wants to equip 3, 4, or 5 different items at the same time, weapons, because there are so many good options for the caster there, having the Lathander's Light can really be like a way to just break some of these undeads. Oh yeah, so it goes and it actually collects the Moonlight Lantern. It's a very odd situation. So now the Moonlight Lantern is gone. It didn't drop it, so it just disappears. So I don't think the other shadows can actually equip Moonlight Lanterns, but the fact that the big one just grabs that one, no, it's on the body there, so the Moonlight Lantern is now lost. It's actually it's a pretty okay mechanic, actually. I mean, the whole Moonlight Lantern gimmick is a bit of a shit show anyway, because you're basically disabling like half of what these enemies do. So the fact that they can actually just say haha and grab your stuff is a lot of fun. I'm just going to grab this one real quick. Let's go and check what's going on over here.
Happy faded memory comes to you.
It's definitely like permanently on the body, attached to the body, and gone, right? So the Moonlight Lantern is now effectively out of the game. Yeah, so be careful where you drop your Moonlight Lanterns, I guess. Okay. I still have the other one. Probably it's something to do with the fact that it's the broken Moonlight Lantern that the pixie comes out of after the Drider fight. I'm guessing. So I'm just going to figure out if I have any way to increase my chances of perceiving the hidden door with the Nox scroll that I also use for my run, at least up until I decide not to, because it is kind of involved in a quest that I can then do using that item. The Shadow Cloak ring actually is a very, very nice ring, because the damage, the 1d4 dice of damage, goes into whatever attack you're using. So that should be able to increase my force damage by quite a bit there. Okay, let's just go over there and see if we can perceive the thing. We could. There is the Nox scroll, which I'm assuming this is, I don't know why, but the Nox scroll is always there. So I'm going to put that into my quest item bag, which is of course a consumable for sure, but there are a couple of things in this game where where if you don't have like a particular if you have like particular bad luck, then something is just blocked away from you. Say, for instance, the Blood of Lathander is something that you simply cannot get if you don't succeed a strength DC 5 check, which for the most classes is practically impossible to do. So a DC 25 check is just unrealistic, right? Simply unrealistic for most classes. DC 25 strength check. So in order to move the statue in the crash, you need to roll 25 with all modifiers. It is practically impossible. It's a very low chance of success, even with advantage. So at that point, like without using oil, how do you make that possible to go and get that? That item there. So a couple of places. The other thing is the Nox scroll. I know that a lot of people like to use the Nox scroll for the door inside of the Shark Gauntlet, where you can then get Balthazar to come out and help you fight off the Dark Justiciars. I haven't done that either yet, but what I plan to do is I plan to fight Balthazar. I want to fight him in the Shadowfell instead. So the Nox scroll is now then free to use to gain entry into the Shadowfell area without solving the Faith Leap trial, which is the trial where you have to walk the pattern. So that's a consideration that probably up until the fact that I decide that I need to do that in order to find that to find that I want to validate my own run, then I probably will use the Nox roll to open the gate into the Shadowfell. So I find it to be a minor thing, but the whole Faith Leap trial is just not a lot of fun to me. So the Arcane Acuity is not something that I'm going to be using for Wyll here. Because having the weapon attacks is just not particularly effective. The spell slots are too valuable. I feel like I can use my my spell slots in a more responsible manner, so I choose not to use them right there. Okay, so next up is probably the marketplace. I also need to go and deal with visible form, but probably I will go and do that other thing with the Drider now. There is nothing to do here. I'm porting back to Moonrise and proceeding to do the next fight. So an interesting bit could be if I choose to opt for the Hunger of Hadar and simply cast that they need to walk through that spell. Is that going to trigger the legendary action? We don't know for sure. Probably killing off Karnas is the way to go, just off the bat, and then deal with his friends, and then I can kite them into the Moonrise Tower region. I can kite them other places. So many options at this point. I just don't want to trigger the legendary action. That's the one thing that I don't want to happen here. Right, let us just proceed and begin the fight. Did he regain all of his hit points? He did. For whatever reason, sometimes he regains the hit points, other times he doesn't. You can attack them freely here, as long as you don't trigger the Spindleweb fanaticism. Quite sure what's going on here. Okay. Well, we'll take it. Spindleweb fanaticism still not. I think I'll just switch weapons here. sir. And probably I need to equip the boots of speed. Almost forgot, like the other boots were sitting on me, but I think that puts me in a good situation. Okay. This is just bugged, right? Nobody cares. There's not going to be any I forget. Yeah, he does some kind of restraint if he gets to me, so probably having the ring of free action is fine. See, at this point, like, how do I... Oh well. At some point fighting Karnas with Ketheric on the top of the Moonrise Towers in solo could be fun. It's just so incredibly dangerous when you add all of those enemies together up there that I don't even know if it's responsible in any way. He is outside. Let's just get him. Okay then.
Heading out.
So now it's you and me, Karnas. Let's get to it.
Just the fix.
So I have no idea if that's going to trigger the other guys up there, but we'll have to see. Probably I'll need to escape if that's the case. So let's just see if we can get the fight started here. He has the initiative and he goes not all the way to me. Let's see. I do have my bonus action, so probably that will be used to get a little bit of distance here. So, probably casting the haste here. And at this point it becomes obvious still that what Wyll lacks is really attack rating, because the 14 AC is just not a particularly high armor class, right? It just isn't a very high armor class. So I'm wondering, like, still, what is the problem here? So probably with the haste I can move far enough that I can shoot him with my offhand first. Which is to see if I can't get his AC slightly lower. Yeah, the reverberation is on, which is still something that we want. Let's just get Shovel into the fight here, see if he can help out. Can. And then we get the AC reduction, which is great. And now hitting Karnas is going to be slightly easier. Get the 2 attacks, which is like, the haste is just really a carry in this game. If you have haste up, you are just in a very, very good position. Did move a little bit too far back there. Now let's examine him. The armor class is still 14. The dex is only at 16. But the let's just check. The debuffs seem to be removed. How come? How is the ability drains removed? Does the reverberation remove other conditions? Doesn't remove the frightened. That is that's very interesting to me.
The blade will not bend.
It's very, very, very interesting to me. Let's just try that again.
I found my mark.
Okay, the crit miss. That doesn't help much. So now this place, none of the ability drain is currently on him. Let's just see. So the reverberation at this place are in, but none of the other.
Finding my way.
Okay. I really want to see if I can get.
You fool. Heading out.
Just going to check my combat log to just check out what happened here. So reverberation immediately goes in. None of the ability drain goes in. Why? I swear to God, I saw some of the ability drain going in at the beginning of the fight. Only reverberation goes in. Is an ability not able to trigger more than one type of condition? Is that what's going on there? Or does the reverberation simply overshadow the ability drain? What in the world? It is wonky. This is just so wonky. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a byproduct of the reverberation condition, that you're then unable to do anything else to the targets. But I'll keep an eye open for that, because that is, in some encounters, that's going to be detrimental if you cannot get the ability drain to work. At least on some classes, you want that ability drain in there if you're playing with that. If you're playing with that. Anyways, let's just clear out the rest of these guys. and then probably go and deal with Visible, which I think I'll kill him and not talk to him, because talking to him will take away the inspiration point, which I don't think I want. Right, so this seems to work. Now I'm in combat, which is perfect. Let's just see.
Watch and learn.
The ability drain goes in. No reverberation takes place. Oh, it's only on ranged spell attacks, obviously. Yes. Right. Well, the Moonlight Lantern blocks away the surprise attack, or the surprise moment, basically, that these guys are running. And none of these enemies are really dangerous outside, of course, of the very specific Shadow Curse attribute that they get, that they deal necrotic damage on their attacks. I forget how much it is, but that can actually hurt a little bit. All right, let's see what happens when I attack these guys with abilities that will trigger drain and the reverberation. So now reverberation doesn't show up, but the displace does. What if I shoot this guy with my offhand bow? Oh well, that immediately killed him. But did he get the no ability drain? Got the displace, but no ability drain. Is that just currently bugged for me? Right, so the ability drain dexterity worked with the offhand attack. Right, so now the working theory for me is that when I cause reverberation, the ability drain sets out. That should easily be tested in the next round here. Critical hit. So that's the potential 46, 44, that's 16 damage potentially, and 16 damage on top of that. So that could have been 32 points of damage, which I can survive, but still is like, if you have a lot of enemies, no fun. Alright, so let's just see. The first attack per round could induce the ability drain, so let's see if that happens here. Both of them die, so that of course does not happen.
2 steps at a time.
Okay. Now burning, but no conditions. Now reverberation and ability drain dex, but that was from the offhand attack. So that means if I shoot now, probably the Shadow Curse Harper will die anyway. But point is still the same. Right, so the perception check there. Dryad are dead. Arabella still up, but that's an inspiration point, so I want to hold off a little bit on that, which means probably I'll head into the Thistable area to deal with the barman. And if I want to fight him, probably I want my spell slots, so I should be doing a rest. Thistable is, I mean, none of the Thorns are particularly dangerous to fight. I think perhaps Geringoth is the worst, because there is that trap with the money. You need to make sure that you send your money back to camp before you fight her, or otherwise she'll one-shot you. If you have like 1,000 gold or more, she will kill you. I don't know exactly what the ratio of gold to hit point damage is, but it's pretty high, so it's very dangerous. Thistable is immune to a lot of stuff, resistant to a lot of stuff. I don't believe force damage to be one of them, so the plan is to kite him a little bit around and kill him that way. Let me just go and collect my moon lantern. Did I collect it straight away, or is it? It's up here. See you, Squiz. Thank you for coming. See you later. All right, let's go.
What have we here?
Probably Wyll will just begin the fight by attacking some of the helpless guests, because that's actually a little bit what he's like. Wyll is not a particular good guy. Probably contrary to popular belief. He is a bit of an asshole, but that is just the nature of things. So I'm just buffing a couple of things before the fight starts. Probably even the Arcane Blessing, because why not? Oh, I forgot something important. Classic Wyll. Let's get the party started.
A word, if I may. Today you fool.
Having the conversation with Thistable is a perfectly fine thing to do. In my experience, there are a lot of checks to just go through this without having to deal with the conversation there. Still, he's temporarily hostile, which means I could probably still initiate that bit there. I don't think I'm particularly keen on doing that. But he does have a lot of movement, and he does like to, let's just quickly see his abilities real quick. That was the wrong portrait. There we go. So the immunity to the various damage types is a big issue when fighting him, and he does his if you add elemental damage to him, I'm going to see what the force damage does in that account, but we'll have to see that. So no experience from killing his friends, so probably all of the experience is going to be hidden in that. I just need to be sure that he actually cannot reach me, which I think he can at this point. So probably he's going to use the dash. So probably he is going to be able to reach me at this point. What he's going for. He's going to go and locate the... So this is going to be a bit of a kiting situation. Because he does have so much movement that it's not even funny. Oh, the troubadour, it's not actually... It could be interesting actually to find out if you can kill all of his friends and then go and have the conversation with him. How the game handles that bit there. But on a cautionary notion, fighting this guy, he has a lot of movement, so I want to make sure that I'm not. He is going with the strategy of moving around the block. Does in many ways seems like a very, very responsible thing to do. All of the troubadours are now placing themselves in a spot where I just feel like throwing a firewall on them, even if it makes no real sense. Just no idea why Visible is acting that way. Let's see, he's probably going to turn around. Yes. And he's moving. Let's try to measure this up. Okay, so that's what he likes to do there. So he's at this location, right? Approximately here. That's 30. This is a wrong way to measure this, but he's moving, I would say like 15 meters-ish. Something about the way that the pathing out here doesn't quite work, it seems.
Let my enemies fall.
And there is the XP. So that's 4 times 50, that's 200, and then I think he's like 400 something. But so if you're fighting Visible and you're not fighting him, it's in a sense this is completely unintentional. I'm going to see what happens when these guys hit me. Now he's stuck, right? Then the fight needs to take place, I guess, inside of his bar, which is also perfectly doable. So taking the fight in there just includes some kind of either jump shenanigan or something else in that ballpark. And you can kind of jump around and still deal with them, which I think is also a lot more fun, to be fair. Still want to see what happens when one of those zombies hit me. They're able to deal any damage at all. But I also want to continue this seance. So I guess short and long of this is that you can catch him here. I don't know what's going to happen now. I don't know when he's going to actually start moving. So I am a little bit cautious. Is he actually, if I get up here, is that? So that means getting to a slightly higher position, or maybe all the way. Can I even? Probably not, actually. So let's just. Okay, still doesn't want to. This is the very odd position, so probably having the knockback here doesn't really serve me in any way at this point. So he's now getting his reverberation and the ability drain at the same time. So he doesn't mind getting the double debuff. Let's see what happens now when he gets his turn. If he just goes back to that position, he just goes back to that position. Which at this point, this is not something I want to spend too much time thinking about. I just want to kill him so I can move on with the rest of the game. So the electrified reflux is now coming from what? 0 thunder damage. So he's just choosing an element to go with. So the legendary action, now it's gone. The legendary action gives him, it's changing from the damage that he's being attacked by. So I guess if you don't have an element, which is one of the, I guess, 4 or 5 elements that you can choose, the legendary action will choose a random or maybe lightning as default. I don't know. But taking the direct hits from Thistlebolt, when he hits you with his electrify, with his reflux, is I would say pretty dangerous. I mean, he deals like easily 60 damage to you. So not a fan. And now the reflux changes. So just out of curiosity, maybe force damage gives him like a carte blanche to choose whatever he likes. But probably now is it? Which is it now? It's still the rotten one, the rotten reflux. Okay. Attacking with the offhand. If I can hit him, of course. Okay. Let's just quickly see. Alright, immune to thunder damage. Just want to see if his reflux is changing to thunder damage. It doesn't, it just stays on the rod. So it's not that I think the difference in the elements that he's using to do his special attack is only really an interesting point to discuss if you have some kind of special resistance to his stuff. So, note to self, if you want to fight Visible Form, you need to fight him inside of the bar, because there for sure his pathing is fine. He'll basically go anywhere and look for you. But right now, I just want to kill these guys and move on with the game. And it is basically a little bit like fighting, fighting Grim, in that what you want to do is you want to basically just kite him around. And the difference, of course, is that this guy moves very, very far and deals a butt ton of damage if you allow him to get too close. So very dangerous adversary. And if you play a class that for whatever reason cannot deal the elemental damage to him, that's just no fun. So that's 320 plus 200, that's 520. I'm not quite sure actually if this is a maximum amount of XP you can get. There's something that tells me that you get more XP from talking to him and actually clearing the checks. I'm not entirely sure, but there's something to that effect, I think. Alright. So let's get that perception shield, so that we can then try to locate the stuff in the hidden floorboards, which means the sentinel shield and the guidance buff. Let's go. Right here is the thing that you want to give to the one who never was, or whatever his name is, the guy who's camping it out in the eastern part of the Shadowcurse lands.
I'll see what I can do.
And there's actually a very, very interesting item here that I just want to quickly just advertise, that I saw used in a brilliant play by another challenge runner. So Black is myself, and this was not the location of that item. Just go and find it. Also, I just quickly need to check. I forget if any of these books have any XP. Oh, this is the one that talks to you about the very specific poison that Thistle invented, that we don't care very much about, but could be interesting if you want to play around with that. The DC of getting the poison to actually work is very low, so I don't think it's particularly game breaking, to say the least. Here it is. So the Punch Drunk Bastard is very interesting in that what it does is that if you add onto that hey Soblakis, I'm just, I'm pegging you right now. I think that's the word for it, right? I'm pegging you because I'm talking about the Punch Drunk Bastard, which is something that I saw on your stream, where you just gained the hell out of this item. So the way that this works is that you get yourself drunk with whatever alcohol that you have in your inventory, and then you get, I think it's 3 turns of inebriation or drunkenness, and during that time you just have advantage. Which with this item, it's a two-hander, so that's a disadvantage. But with this item, what that means is that you basically have advantage on all of your attack rolls. And also you're dealing thunder damage, and if you add that the thunder damage, I forget if that actually works with the Eldritch Blast, but if it does, the thunder damage will interact with all of the items that you have that work with thunder damage, and you can get the reverberation to just go completely rampant. It's a very, very interesting item. I unfortunately cannot use it for this run, but it's definitely something that I find to be amazing. Oh, and thanks a lot for the raid, Blackest. I didn't see because I'm currently like on a different screen. So thanks a lot for the raid. I'm playing a warlock, I'm trying to replicate the power of Soblakis in this run with a monoclass warlock all the way to 12. The intention is to try out Myrkul at level 10, so that's currently what I'm going for. I'm just clearing out stuff to get to that level, where I can then go into the Shadowfell and attempt Myrkul. I'm running a monoclass warlock. Origin means it's a Wyll. I don't have any real changes. Changed a little bit with my stat row. Also, one of the feats is a charisma increase, because charisma is very strong for the warlock, and the other is the warcaster feat, which is in itself not very good, but I'm doing this run without using healing potions and elixirs and consumables in general, and that means that I need some way of maintaining concentration on the spells that I'm casting, and I am casting some very, very important concentration spells that I want to maintain. So that's the deal. Isn't there normally a place where you can dig here? Nothing? What? Oh well. And it's an Eldritch Blaster, so it's centered around the Eldritch Blast with the rest of the spells like as auxiliary, really. That's really all that is. So now I'm done with everything outside of the mazels that I still am not 100% sure how to deal with. I know when I'm at level 9, so probably I'll wait until that point. I am trying to keep this, to play this in as safe as I can, without using too many glitches or bugs or abuses or whatnot. So that's the general idea here. And then I also need to fight the Meanlocks, which I think I could probably potentially do right now as well. I don't think the Meanlocks are very dangerous, but they don't give a lot of XP, so they're not that interesting either. The Isabel fight is also waiting, but I'll wait with that as well. I am a little bit hesitant on actually going into the Moonrise Towers to do the Murder Hobo. I probably prefer to see if I can't make that happen with the normal raid, and see if I can't fight Attack of the Moonrise Towers and fight as many there as possible. Probably some of it needs to be done though before we get to that point in order to get to level 10. It's on melee only, the Thunder. Okay. Alright, gotcha. Thanks a lot for that one. Alright, so let's just quickly check. If I exclude the Moonrise Towers for Murder Hobo purposes right now, we're down to Arabella. I'm waiting with Arabella. We're down to going into the cave and dealing with these MFs in the cave here, which probably I just need to go and do. And when I'm being hesitant with doing something that seems like not very dangerous, it's because very often it's my experience that like a small mistake can lead to your demise. And I've died on, I think, practically every pack in this entire game at this point. And when I've had a long break from the run and I get to a specific place, I wouldn't say like insecure, more like a little bit cautious. Right, but let's move in. So in this fight, we're fighting 3 slimes, which are notoriously dangerous no matter who and what you are. They just deal a lot of damage. But the major issue in this fight is actually not even the slimes. The major issue in this fight is the fact that the armor is doing a lash where he pulls you down, and if that happens, it's a game over. Yeah, sounds a lot of fun. Like everything that involves that's like you get this item and then I just already hate my own rule set because I want to get drunk immediately. It's just a fantastic gimmick. Right, I think actually when you want to do this, I think you want to be very, very, very cautious. I think the armor down here has a very, very, very long range, very long range, and suddenly you're fighting this guy, and it's no fun. Let me just quickly check my setup for this. Boot to speed. Ring of free action is actually not really helping me here. So is this? If this is fully lit, everything down here is fully illuminated. But what I want to do actually, I want to try out the Shadow Cloaked Ring to see if the damage, it's the weapon damage and unarmed attack. So this will not work for me. Goodbye. So probably the Coruscation Ring. All right. Enchanting with light. And putting on the ring here. I don't need anything else for this. Just want to keep my Knife of the Undermountain equipped. And then I'm not quite sure if I can trigger this with shovel, but probably I should just go and do that before casting anything. Any spell here. Yeah. I'm not saying that if you do get pulled by the hollow armor wakes up, and then it pulls you. I need to go to the bathroom in a sec, and then it has a shadow inside, but it has a special ability that it can then use to pull things down. I think it's 18 yards range at least, and you always get tricked by that, because if it's down there and it pulls you from, I think at this point it can easily pull me, I think. Then it's going to pull me all the way down, and I'll take a lot of fall damage, which, even with that, with 70 damage, I could survive that, I guess. And then you're prone, and then it's too dangerous. But let's just quickly see if it doesn't show up when I do this bit. I'm surprised there. Right. So I am quickly going to go up here to get my pre-buffs. Oh, and then I get into combat. Okay, this is what it is. All right. A little bit annoying that I failed. They immune to acid. They are. So the Hunger of Hadar is not going to be very interesting either. And another thing that can happen in this particular place is that you can fall down off some of these ledges, like in the chapel in the beginning of the game. You can fall off these ledges, which I also lost a character to. And the critical hits, let's just check that out real quick. It's the 20 and the 19. So the whole Knife of the Undermountain King is just very, very strong if you can get that. If you can get that free critical strike chance there. And it is a little bit ridiculous, but this is one of the places where I think most people doing solo runs at some point lose a character. I don't think that's an overstatement. I think it's like the Fetid Oozes deal, I mean, easily 20 damage or something, or more per turn. This guy down here is really, really dangerous. So it is a situation where I need to kill these guys before they get to me. And I don't think I have my haste currently, or maybe I do. We'll have to see in a moment. I forget if they have ranged attacks, but we'll see. And also the hollow armor has a very, very high armor class, if I remember correctly, 21 AC from the particular plate mail that he's using. I think normally I just double down on the offense in this fight by using the haste spell just because it's so powerful. We'll see if I have that available. Probably I'll do that then if that is available to me. It is. I could have used my offhand. If I get into a situation where I'm going to take a couple of hits from one of the fetid oozes, then it becomes abundantly clear why the combination of these enemies can be very unfun to fight. This is not particularly favorable because now it's just this will be a kind of doom here, I think. And this is just to play it safe at this point. Going down into the arena and fighting, I guess, is fine if your character is powerful enough, or if you have like the right circumstances. But also the idea on this particular character is to try and avoid damage as well. So there's that. All right. Let's see. And now the hit chance is very low. So probably just kill the one who's there. And that was a miss. Probably just blasting him down with this. Also adding radiant orbs, of course, is not bad. I'm actually thinking maybe getting Myrkul to 10 radiant orbs round 1 with the. Oh no, you cannot fully guarantee that from the. Oh, there's a +1 on all of the magic missiles. That means it's 1d4 +1, so that gives you a relatively high chance to bypass the magical plate. So you get to, if you get to 3 force damage on the roll, 2 + 1. That enables the radiating orbs, and that can really work wonders on Myrkul. There we go, and out comes the ghost, which is now invisible. There it is. Hello, my friend. And then we shoot here. Two times acid damage, and it's 2d6, and then I need to succeed the concentration saving throw for the spell, which is its advantage, and I still roll the 6, which is the 5 is enough. So it's not a very strong in that regard saving throw. I need to improve that for Myrkul, otherwise I will be in a bad situation if he breaks my haste spell. So that's one of the things that can really stop my run. Exactly. So the baseline strategy, and maybe so Blackest, maybe you saw what because I've killed him before with this setup, and the basic idea is that since my charisma score is uneven, when it gets the +5 from the buff in the center of Wraithwind Town, I get to the 24 charisma, and that's when I get to that +7 charisma bonus. And when I have the +7 charisma bonus, the power of the potent robe in conjunction with the agonizing blast, the eldritch invocation, it just goes haywire. Like +7 to hit, obviously, +7 to damage times 2, that's a +14 damage to every hit. So I think we get to like an average of 20 something on every ray. So like it's approximately 60 damage per turn if I hit with the whole shebang. And if I'm hasted, that's 120 damage. So it's very, very, very potent, this combination. I don't know if it's the best strategy available, but I know that it works. It really works. And also, of course, I am using Call of the Week. Call of the Week greatly trivializes a lot of things in this game, in my opinion. So the race just becomes so potent in that fight. And I know that it works because I already tried it once. So I do have high hopes for it. Does not mean that I won't die. It just means that I have high hopes for it. All right. So +7 to Riz is definitely absolutely bonkers, which I'll also get to in Act 3 if I get that far. All right. So now we're down to going into here to get the perception check. I'm just going to hold off on that just a little bit. Arabella, bit of XP here, just a very little small portion of XP. Then we have the Measles, and then we have the Mean Locks and the Portal Defense and Isabel, obviously, which now we're getting very close to that bit. I think I want to get to level 9 before I do the dangerous encounters. So that means what I'm going to do now is going to go into the Gauntlet of Shaw. And then I was considering doing the Faith Leap trial. But what happened when I did this last stream, I tried it out, and then it didn't work the way that it normally does. I am abusing the glitch where I go to a specific tile, and then I move from that tile to the end tile, and then my character just walks like, even if there is like nothing to stand on, moves all the way there. And that's going to be changed in patch 7 as far as I've heard. And then another way of dealing with it is by flying. I've heard past the different I forget the name in English, but you just fly all the way there to the end, and then you collect the orb there. All of those are kind of you never know, but if I die here, the run is over, and I don't want the run to be over. So what I am going to do instead is I'm just going to go and check statuses, because I'm just going to go and get the waypoint for the Shadowfells. Not very important. But what you can do is you can take the Scroll of Knock, and you can take that scroll, and then you can use that to open up the final gate, which is a perfectly valid strategy, and it is one of the things that I do allow in my no consumables run, at the moment at least, because it means that I can then go and knock that door down without doing the Faith Leap. So what I am going to do, what I am going to need, is a companion, because if the elevator fails, and I've had that happen to me, if the elevator fails, and now I'm unsure if I even have a companion. Well, I can get a companion from Withers. But if the elevator fails, then I die. Which I think is the one bit in this game that makes playing the solo honor impossible if you don't even have a chance to ungrouping. Let's just see if the hireling comes along, and he does, but it's of no consequence. The hireling is just going to, I forget if you need to go to camp. Probably you do. Let's just send him up there. And then I'm going to travel down the elevator.
2 steps at a time.
But there are those bits where what happens is that, and I have no idea why this bug happens. I don't know if anybody scienced it. What I know is that when you go down here, something happens and your character is kind of not, it goes off. Right now, approximately at this point, it just goes off the elevator. Happened in my multi-stream run with Ginger and Sehuke and Swizz Meriden, where Ginger was being thrown off the elevator, and it's just something you don't like to see in the solo run. Right, so at this point is where I use my Scroll of Knock. A lot of people like to use it to bring out Balthasar, to help fight the Dark Justiciars and then kill Balthasar for added XP. I am going to fight Balthasar in the Shadowfell slightly later, so I'm not going to do it that way. Here we go with a waypoint, and then I'm going to hop up. And we're going to make Eldra Lothrin disappear again. And actually find him. I think I just need to dismiss him.
Dost thou require? Very well.
Dismiss him.
It is done.
It is done. Goodbye. And thanks a lot, Eldra, for the service. Greatly appreciated. Okie dokie. Right, so let's just see what the deal is. I've already talked to Jurgir. I'm not going to do Lyrthandor yet because I don't have the sleep immunity. We're not doing the self-same trial, so that leaves out a couple of other things. I'm still undecided on fighting the Cloaker beast, because it's just gets very overwhelming, and I need to be fighting while frightened, so it does have a couple of problems in there. Let's just go and open the vault door real quick before we deal with the rest. Oh, let's see. Gloves of Thievery. Don't want to initiate this fight just yet, but I will initiate the fight with full resources, and hopefully this is just ridiculous. But at least I get to use my Dark One's log. I think it keeps on being added to the roll as long as I'm in this roll, and this means potentially rolling a 10 here with guidance is going to, it's going to bring me to a place where in principle I can roll. If I roll higher than 15, I guess I could, if I'm really lucky. There's the 20. I really like these checks. I wish they were even harder, so you kind of needed to be like a rogue or something very specific. Like, the more value you can provide to every class in specific situations is something I really like in this game. Alright, so the Callous Glow Ring, creatures that are illuminated. So that means I could probably use that to my advantage with the... Oh, wait, no, because it's radiant damage, I believe. I'm pretty certain that the Coruscation... Oh, sorry, the Callous Glow Ring is... in fact, radiant damage, which is no good against the 2 radiant damage. So it's absolutely no good. It's perfectly fine, but it's no good against these guys. No good at all. Right. Okay, let's get into position to do the fight. And then there is actually one thing, and I don't know if So Black is you or anybody else who is either latently or lurkingly watching the stream. No, because I'm actually a little bit uncertain. I read online that the altar just outside of this room is actually reapplicable, meaning that you can take it every long rest. And that's a huge deal if that's the case. Because this is a buff that helps you take half damage, or resist rather, all physical aspects of necrotic damage. And if this is applicable every long rest, which I read online that it is, it helps you against all of the shadow cursed undead in the shadow cursed lands. It helps you against the necromites in all of the fights where you fight necromites. That means, of course, Myrkul. It means all the encounters where that happens. And if that's the case, I really want to know, like, if I can apply this now and then do my long rests and get back to this and reapply this before Myrkul, I'll use it. But otherwise, I prefer to wait until that becomes the case, because not having that for the final fight is something I don't want to do. I don't want to be without this buff for the final fight. The other component, the magical necrotic resistance, which of course is important for some of the spells that Myrkul casts, you get from interacting with Isabel. So that's a whole different ball game. Okay, so buffing up here. Right, so I'm probably going to utilize the wall of fire for this, and basically just kind of kite them down this hallway. Let's just quickly see. Do I need an animate dead for this? No, I don't. Do I need more hit points? No, I don't. I think I'm fine for this.
My creations are my pride and joy. I shall kill you for attacking them.
Oh yeah, that's because I was attacking his duelists in the former run. I was killing even the neutrals, like all of the neutrals, all of the hostiles. So that is why he's not too happy with me. Right. So probably fighting everything in this room would be the fun thing to do. I mean, I could try to do that, I guess, and just be ready to kind of escape if shit hits the fan. I also need to keep in mind that I have my Moonlight Lantern. I just don't want to deal radiant damage to these guys. That's the one thing. Also, I have the wrong gloves on, so I do need to do a little bit of gear exchange shenanigans, which means I will be moving a little bit away here. But the idea is to not bring out Balthasar or his friends, simply because I want to. I mean, I could bring them out and then potentially kill everybody but Balthasar, and then skip and then go to the Shadowfell and then fight Balthasar and all of his skeleton friends there and optimize XP. Since I'm not going to level 11, I don't think that is going to be really necessary. Now, as far as the Umbral Tremors go here, I'm a little bit unsure if exactly how much XP you can get from these bad boys. They summon Justitia Adventures every turn. They do summon the first one, and the first one will give you XP for killing it. But there is some kind of there is some point where the repeated summoning of the Justitias no longer gives XP. So I don't know if that's with the second summon or if that's with the third summon from the Umbral Terminus. But the final boss, the big one that spawns, let's see, that one hasn't been spawned yet, but it spawns approximately here, summons a big guy next turn, and that is going to give me XP as well. So because I don't want to lose any XP, I'm going to be very careful with not destroying these either too early or not at all. So staying up here for the fight is just a little bit too dodgy. I am going to go a little bit back here. So let's see. Don't think that I can... At this point, there is this one bit here that they do the Beckoning Darkness. And let me just quickly check the ability. These are relatively harmless. Relatively harmless. But some of them do the Beckoning Darkness. And I forget if it's all of them. And that means that if I'm not covered in light, which means I need to end my turn with the hand crossbow actually. Because I accidentally cast a light on the wrong item. You can also cast it, of course, on your armor, on your shield, and whatnot. It's just my experience that sometimes the light wears off. It's only there for 20 turns, which is not very advantageous. Let me quickly check where the spell is. Mark of Putrefaction. So Justitia Avengers. This is the Soul Hunter. The Avengers up here. It's the Beckoning Darkness. And I think it's the Justitia Nightweaver that does the Beckoning Darkness. Let's go and check. And it's just no fun. It is no fun. Let's see. Nightweaver cast Beckoning Darkness. So the Nightweavers do this. Yeah, that's the working theory, that it's, without looking it up, that it's only the Nightweavers currently that I need to be careful of here. Right. I want to see if I can't kill one of the Avengers here that are second summons from the second round of summons here, just to see if I can't kill this guy. Oh wait, no, this was, yeah, there we go. Even if you only get XP for the first wave of Dark Justitias coming from the portal, even in that case, it's a little bit difficult to keep track of which Dark Justitias have been summoned when. So at that point, I think it becomes easier, at least for a person like me who's very forgetful, to just kill everything and not kill the portals. Okay, so this means at this point that I will be... I want to pick up the Moon Lantern. I don't need to. I'm going to trigger the attack of opportunity, and then probably... What is my character doing? Why is he going that way? Wyll? What are you doing, Wyll? That wasn't intentional. Okay, we're postponing that bit. One turn, I guess. No, I'm not running too far away. Yeah, I see some of them are now leaving combat. One of them left combat, rather. Maybe it was one of the summoning. Yeah, I don't want to leave combat, but I do need to get a little bit of distance because of what happened. Yeah, I don't care much about the Balthasar interaction, honestly, because no matter what he is going to face me, Balthasar is going to face me regardless in the Shadowfell. So I'm not too worried about what happens on that account. I think there's an issue here with the door. I don't think I can cast through the door, so I unfortunately will just have to shoot this guy. He does give XP, but this was one of the first summons. So great. This is just fantastic. Yeah, doesn't make anybody else leave combat. I am going to get Shovel into combat now. Just to see if I can't chunk them up a little bit. And now they're just attacking Shovel. I love that concept with very heavily armored archers using crossbows, but dealing but not being able to hit anything. So there's something about the way that crossbows work in this game, and maybe it's, I don't know if you would say like thematic, if it's thematic, if it's like is reminiscent of like real life or whatever you want to call it, like if that even makes sense to talk about. But the fact that these big guys are using crossbows is just a little bit ridiculous. Alright, let's see. I still think I want the big chunk of... I don't know if I already outranged too much. Probably I did, which means that I need to go and initiate fight with the rest of them. But it's like it's still that consideration. If you want to be absolutely certain that none of these guys reset and you get all of the justiciars for the fight, then of course you either need to go and engage Balthasar and just make sure that people are preoccupied on the platform to avoid that situation, or you need to do something else. In my case, like, I want to fight everybody at the same time, but also, since I'm not including Balthasar, that becomes quite dangerous. So I wonder if I want to go and give my concentration spell here a chance. I think I want to do that. There we go. There we go. This is just the way that the firewall crumbles. Oh, the placement wasn't. Okay. Fair enough. Let's just check. That's the first time I had that drop. That's because I roll a 4 and something below that. That's not very typical. Okay, let's just... Since I can see at this point that I am in a situation where some of the monsters are not in the fight, I am going to short rest for this. I wouldn't put this into the box of being a very dangerous encounter. Why? Yeah, whatever. Alright, so did I kill? I just killed one. Yeah, I don't consider this encounter, in my opinion, to be very interesting. I mean, if you want to do this in the Balthasar room, with all of the Justicia spawning and like just yourself fighting all of them, including the boss, then I would say, in my opinion, then it gets interesting. But the second that you start the kiting, then it becomes a little bit... Yeah, I do need to get my concentration saving throw up slightly. If I have a way to do that, I'll have to see. Okay. Just equipping the right items here. Maybe actually tapping into the gloves of the belligerent skies is valuable here. I still feel like I am not hitting anything with this character at this moment. Okay. Right, let's hop up there and see what's left. I'm assuming it's going to be the Dark Justicia, a couple of these guys, and then probably just the rest of... So this is where I'm just going to be placing, I think, the firewall, right? And this is a situation that's happened quite a few times for me, particularly against Myrkul, where there's a situation where you want Scratch to go to a specific place and wait. And so you put everything into turn mode. Then if somebody inside of your coterie, like anybody, gets into combat, immediately everybody drops turn-based mode, and you need to reapply that turn-based mode immediately, or you lose the turns on the firewall, which is not something I want to do. So there is the Crusader. These guys are just chilling out. And so I think I need to cast this spell on them to get them involved. Because they don't feel very involved at the moment here. And then he joins in, and the big guy still is not part of the combat, which is very annoying. I don't need to do the firewall stuff, it's just convenient. The firewall spell solves so many problems in this game. in a way you'd wish that the AI was programmed to not move into crowd control abilities. It's a bit like, it's one of the biggest issues in my opinion with so many single player computer games in particular, where you fight the AI and the whole issue about, oh, something happens here. What the heck was that? Let's make short work of this. I don't even know what happened there. Oh, Balthazar decided to get involved. Okay then. Oh, I don't care. I'm just going to go into this fight. Yep, that's the thing. Yeah, I'm just going to be friends with him. I don't think I'm going to go and attack him. Or do I want to actually do that? I mean, I could kill his... No, because then I need to kill him if I don't want to drop combat, which I don't want to do. So I'll just play it out the way that... At least one of the ways that you're supposed to. I do want to kind of cast the Hunger of Hadar spell. Probably not. There are a lot of active justiciars still around here. I mean, I could accidentally kill a ghoul medic or two without it having any, I think, real consequence to me, but... And that was 0 XP for killing that soul hunter. So at least the final wave of these guys yield no XP, apart from the big guy. The major problem is that I don't want to be losing out on too much XP at this point, because I do need to get to level 10. There are options if I'm XP starved, but I don't want to tap into those options just yet. Probably I want to kill the ghoul medics. I don't know exactly how much XP they are, but I think they are quite a bit. There's this guy over here, still not part of the combat. If I drop down the... Oh, this is not possible. Not yet, at least. But if I drop down the Hunger of Hadar, is that going to be considered an offensive move in the same way as a single target accidental click is? Because the single target is... And then you get a warning, and then after the warning, you know, you're in trouble. Oh, now the medic's being killed by the other guys, so then that doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm just gonna finish this the regular way here.
Do I detect loot?
Flesh Golem gets to a low HP point, and maybe I can actually kill that guy without Balthazar getting really tired of me. And he's not showing any interest in going to rest. Okay, I had to go to the bathroom real quick. Right, so I'm still with the working theory that I can actually kill flesh if I'm just a little bit patient here. Might be a little bit too optimistic there. How does that work? So the Dark Justicia healed 13 hit points. Crusader, is that like part of the Umbral form? No. No? You know, screw this. Let's move on. Yeah, it heals undead. It's just why does it then kill? It did some kind of knockback. So the Berserk caused a knockback and a prone, it seems. And then I'm guessing that it knocks him out of the zone. But I don't see why there's anything healing it here. Okay, I'm just going to shoot him once. Or well, with one barrage here. Just see what happens. Just one barrage. Oh, it's already hostile to me. For whatever reason. Is Balthazar... Balthazar is not currently hostile. So, is Balthazar going to be angry if I kill his creation? Now at this point I'm too curious. I am going to flee the battle and not kill Balthazar here, even if I could, even if I can. Because I am going to fight him later, and I don't want to miss out on that encounter. Okay, this is an interesting situation, once again. So, what has happened here in the fight is that Flesh is now hostile to Balthazar. And Balthazar decided to cast Bone Chill on Flesh. And unless this game is considering the Bone Chill ability to be a friendly ability that helps the creature heal because it's undead or something else, now it's a construct. But unless there's some kind of weird mechanic baked into the code, then the game has officially bugged for me again in a new way. I don't mind. I mean, I want to kill Flesh. I want to kill him. Please. 180 XP. Ta-da! And now, hopefully, Balthazar is very happy with me. But also, the entry into his domain is... Hey, Critique, good to see you, man. Good to see you. You know, I don't know what to do with myself in this game anymore. It's like I always encounter the weirdest shit. Oh, that's the damage. No thanks. No thank you. What does he say? You broke my brother. He does? I have no idea what's going to happen, so I'm a little bit worried. I think I'll put on the armor of Agathis here. And then probably turn base and try to head in there and see what happens. It's not going to instantaneously kill me no matter what. There we go. It's this game. Like, whatever. I wonder what happened to the dialogue.
And in one piece as well. Not just any true soul would have succeeded in following my path through this place. You should be pleased. I take it the breaking of my skeletons was an accident. The living are so clumsy after all.
He's complaining about the neutral monsters I killed in the first Dark Justicia ambush that you get when you enter the Gauntlet of Shaw if you enter through the main entrance. The 3 yellow skeletons, I managed to kill them along with everything else, and that's what he's complaining about.
Ah, you're a leech. Interesting. But there's always room for improvement when it comes to the flesh. My creations are more than a sum of them.
What happened, Critique, was that I was fighting Balthazar. And while fighting, well, I was fighting the Dark Justicias. And then, because I accidentally outranged some of them, I didn't include Balthazar in the fight. Balthazar joined later, but like he wasn't there at the beginning. So when I killed off the big chunk of Dark Justiciars that I was fighting in the early bit of the fight, I went back and initiated fight with the rest. But the second that you end the fight with the Dark Justiciars in front of Balthazar's room, he opens up the door. So that's what happened. Like, he opened up the door and then he joined the fight. And now Balthazar is still in the fight. I didn't use a knock scroll or lockpick or anything else. He just comes out naturally and joins like the second part of the fight with the Dark Justiciar Crusader and the rest of the Dark Justiciars, but none of the, portals that let out more Dark Justiciars. But what happens is that at some point, which I need to review the VOD to see what triggers this, Flesh, his golem, becomes hostile to me. And then I'm like, well, okay, it's hostile to me. I guess I'll kill it. And then, if Balthazar then becomes hostile, I'll flee the battle because, it's a small amount of XP. But what I wanted to see really was, I just want to do the fight in the Shadowfell that comes slightly later before the attack on Moonrise Towers. So what happens is that the Flesh becomes hostile to me, so I attack him. And then Balthazar jumps in and runs towards the fight, and he attacks his own creation. He attacks Flesh. He attacks his brother. So now Balthazar is hostile to Flesh, and I'm hostile to Flesh. So it's basically just free XP because Balthazar thanks me for killing the enemies, which is, I just never seen Flesh change allegiance in that way. So it's a bug, of course, but I have no idea why it happened.
Is it? I've seen inside your head, thanks to my troops. Besides, if you were an enemy, you'd be completely...
Oh, that's the thing. That is the thing. Yeah, not a bug. He is just hostile to everybody, which is then again free XP.
You are a true soul.
So if you get Flesh to a certain amount of hit points, you can kill him for free XP without angering Balthazar. Good to know.
Your potential may outweigh your ignorance. I am Balthazar, Chief Advisor to General Thorm, and entrusted with a mission of utmost importance. Do you know what is at stake here? There is a relic here, one which General Thorm desires. No, needs. I will retrieve it for him, and you will help me. Ignorant you may be, you've shown some prowess in scouting and combat by making it this far.
This necromancer has Kethric's trust. Helping him could be just what you need to gain access to the man himself.
Fine, if it'll spare me your bleating. The relic lends the general his strength, his invulnerability. It must be recovered before his enemies attempt to exploit it. I do not need you or your help, but you are here in spite of that, so I may as well make use of you. The relic is close, but the way is barred and Shah's dead are uncooperative. Clear the path for me by blade, cunning, or whatever it takes. I will remain here until you have succeeded or fallen. Do not fail me. If you do, you'll join the ranks of my creations and be forced to try again.
Yeah, that fortunately wasn't in any way the situation. So I just got the free
Not
XP.
lost your nerve, I hope. I tend to remove those from my creation. I could have, but decided not to. All the better for judging your...
It seems like the option to get help from the construct is now not here.
Unless he hampers my goals. In that case, consider him a foe and act accordingly.
don't think the option is there now. And everything here is don't touch, so. But I don't think there's any very important gear that I need to loot here. Alright. Yes. Okay, moving on. Okay. Alright, so that is Balthasar, or at least the Dark Justitias. Now I need approximately 5,000 XP. There's still a bit of XP in Act 1 that I need to go back and get. I think, however, in terms of XP that I want from down here, there are no more. I'm not going to fight Jurgir, because I want him as an ally later on in Act 3. Our Lurthendor, I'm going to wait also just a bit with that fight until I have the Earth Elemental. There's a bit of fights that I do plan on waiting with, just because I do consider this to be a more of a safe run, where I don't take that many chances voluntarily. Oh yeah, probably that's also an option to steal things and kite Balthasar away and kill the minions. I don't know if the minions actually give me any XP at this point, because they are already the minions have already died once, so I don't know if they can provide XP. So at this point I could consider, I'm just going to go to the one who was and hand over the ledger. Yeah, that's probably a much better strategy, to try to lure the ghouls outside of the room, Balthasar's minions, so that you can then avoid fighting Balthasar and just fight his minions for XP, and then fight Balthasar later. I mean, I think there is a lot of XP to be gained. I think it's about 1,000 XP or more from clearing everything in the Shadowfell encounter. It's a lot of XP at least. So in terms of min-max, I think you stand to gain a bit of XP from that encounter. I don't know what I'm doing right now. Let's go up here.
To punish a murderer, and you would.
The Dark Justicia. She never said stop. I'd do anything to take it back. I'm so sorry.
DC 15 on the wisdom saving throw. There are a couple of those saving throws in the game, particularly the this is like an encounter. Like, I mean, the XP that I get from doing this whole thing, like 80 XP, 75 XP, and then I kill him for some more XP is not, it's not horrible. It's decent, but the saving throws that you need to do for stuff like that, for example, the fearful is something you don't, if you can avoid getting fearful, you want to avoid that. And he does use his shadow spear, which deals a lot of damage. I don't have any kind of necrotic resistance, so that does actually worry me a little bit. I have to be honest. So I am going to run just a little bit for it. Hopefully he goes for the skeleton. He doesn't. Okay. And he's immune to necrotic damage as well. And then he dies. But every time there's one of those small, insignificant encounters, like not one of the big boss encounters, it does seem kind of... It just has that built-in danger, basically. It is just slightly dangerous. Alright. That was that, and then probably I need to deal with the mean lots. I mean, I could go and do the portal defense. I think I want to wait a little bit with the portal defense, also probably at level 9, where the next major power spike comes for the warlock. Same goes for Mommy and Daddy. The sleep spell there is just, it's just not very pleasant. It comes with too much RNG to my taste. So I'm not going to do that. The plant's too dangerous. And then we have the mazels, which I think could be okay. Let's see. Probably I am going to go to the Moonrise Towers to do just a little bit of killing. I also need to go and kill the Warden for the Spellcrop's Amulet, which is a keystone item in my opinion. The whole extra spell slot is phenomenal when you only have 2 spell slots. Right, let's see. Didn't go and get the inspiration point from Barnabas just yet, which I will need. So I need to contemplate where I'm using my inspiration points at this point. I don't know that I need any of them honestly at this point.
Welcome back, true soul. With one drop, I can brew a rather potent potion for you.
Right, and this is the other consumable that I use in my run. This is because this is tied to Wyll and his personal quest, I would say. He gets this one potion to use, which I take. Alright, I'm just going to do a long rest and then collect a couple of items. I think I need to sell before I proceed. Oh, this is the camp clothes. Okay, fair enough. Just keeping a couple of items. I don't know exactly what I'm going to need, but this one for sure.
Welcome back, true soul. Oh, if you know of any other true souls willing to aid my research, though, do send them my
Let's
way.
see. The risky ring is, I think, too dangerous for a very Wyll is not in a position where he is going to be attacked, and he is going to be facing different saving throws or attacks that attacks his saving throw. So I think the disadvantage for Wyll is just too dangerous for me. What is the arcane charge? Okay, never mind. Never mind. Right.
Come back.
Just going to deal with the vendors here. At this point, I don't think I need any more gold. It's just a bit of baseline just to make sure that I have enough.
Let's chew the fat.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve? Slow.
Ever at your service.
I'm actually a little bit unsure what I did in terms of Moonrise Tower, so I just quickly need to go upstairs and check out what the status is.
An honor.
Right. Okay. That's a little bit of money, and maybe just purchasing the... And this is the thing, like some of these guys, like this one over here, and perhaps even the Zealot, are relatively easy targets to go and just kill, like in terms of just killing things for XP. So that is something that I strongly recommend. If you do need XP, that's a great place to start. Just find those NPCs that can't really defend themselves. Obviously the Zealots are one of the most dangerous creatures in the entire game. They hit very, very hard. So that is perhaps something that I would be a little bit more careful about. But clearing out all of this is very doable. It just potentially takes a lot of time. And it's very boring to do and watch. Let me just check here.
Welcome back, true soul.
But I do think that you get all of that XP anyway if you just...
Come back.
all of that XP anyway if you just fight them in the raid or the assault on the Moonrise Towers, which I don't know if that's a very good idea to do, but it's something that I really want to try out, I think. And maybe that will kill me, but we'll have to see. Okay. So I'm going to go up to the first floor and deal with the stuff up there, and that can actually be a little bit hairy. Or what you want to do, just get in here. Like, these guys can easily deal 80 damage in one round just with good rolls. It's not fun. So now what I want to go and do now here is quickly want to equip the right items, which in this case I think is going to be this one, potentially. Right. So Disciple Sorel is going to hang out after you do the Catholic Thorm dialogue. She's going to be hanging out in this place together with the ogre here, and with three necromites and the mistress here. So the problem with killing Sorel, or fighting Sorel in the terms of killing her in her office, is that there are two problems. First problem is that the ogre here, she's going to go over here and stand guard. That means you'll be fighting her and the ogre. So that's one problem. That problem can be fixed by you talking Sorel into killing the ogre, but then you don't get any XP for the ogre. The other problem is the scrying eye here, and the scrying eyes are just a very uninteresting type of monster, vulnerable to thunder damage, and has 8 incoming damage reduction and 11 hit points to deal with. The second you attack it, it's going to be hostile. Obviously, if you wait until Sorel is inside of her office with the ogre, as well as the scrying eye at the same time, that's a bad cocktail. But if you manage to kill the scrying eye before talking to Sorel out here, you can eliminate one of those threats. In principle, with the gear setup and the level and whatnot that I currently have, I should be able to blast it down using force damage. But experience is that, let's say I roll medium damage on that one, that's approximately an 8 or maybe a 9 points of damage. That's not going to be enough with the damage reduction. The alternative is to find some type of thunder damage that you can then use, which is the way that I would normally deal with this situation, and I do need to deal with it. So probably the risky ring in this particular situation is advantageous, because that adds to the attack roll chance of a critical strike. But outside of that, what I can do is that I can equip the sentient amulet from the Underdark, from the Grimforge, and use the level 2 shatter spell on the eye. The problem is that I need to succeed a wisdom saving throw following this to not land on the floor laughing. I forget what the saving throw is. But so with double damage from this, that's a very high chance of actually killing the scrying eye. And I am actually going to equip it to try that out now. And this is pretty much what I normally do. But in case I get into combat and everything starts coming for me, that's a situation where my character is going to die. Or potentially going to die. So I'm just going to take the long rests and then... And it's killed. And so I succeeded the wisdom saving throw, which is a DC 10. So it should be pretty easy to do with a high wisdom. Yeah, I'm uncertain if that actually works. If the combination works, probably it does work. Yeah, it should work. It should work. No, I didn't put it on, but probably that's a very good idea to put that on there as well. Right, and I've already been in here. Already dealt with. I think I dealt with everything, every part of the quote-unquote safe things to do here. So all that's left is the murder hoboing of all of the staff here at Moonrise House. And I need to go and talk to Sorrel now. And so use guidance before, have in the case of the warlock, have the Dark One's own lock on autocast to make the passive check stronger. So let's go and talk to it.
General Thorm's prayers and preparations must not be disturbed.
Yeah, moving through this dialogues just a little bit.
I see you like to handle underlings physically.
Just go, and then we get into the check, which I hope that my Dark One's lock is not activating here, but I actually forget just a little bit. I don't think that it does. Let's just quickly see. It does actually. I do need to use it here. That's unfortunate.
She gave me everything I.
And show power.
Play along. There is a, but we have lost contact.
And that means she's going to kill her friend.
And I hardly a surprise.
And then we go into the bottom options here, which is going to trigger the potential. It's going to trigger a passive check in a moment.
She's suddenly nervous.
There is the inside check. So I'm just going to check what that DC is afterwards. And then we're going to go and we're going to try this out with the friends. That means rolling a 14, which we did.
General Thorm will not leave Moonrise. Fine. Talk to the bugbear corp. Then he.
Right. Let's just move out of her way. All right. So the inside check is a DC 14. So it's a relatively high DC. If you're running with a low wisdom score, it's actually very easy to not get that check. And I'm just going to see. I forget. I don't think that the loot that the bugbear provides me following that check actually does anything for me. But I'm just going to go and see anyway. I think it's only heavy armor and stuff for marshals.
The Absolute war drums took a liking to you, did she? Watch yourself. She breaks her toys.
Woven splint mail. Couple of other things, but nothing special. No.
Slaughter.
Not that interesting, not that important. But there is that bit where if you can get that added bonus to your inside check at that point, that can be an advantage. But unfortunately, the Dark One's lock was already triggered on the former check, the check just before. All right, let's go back and see here. Because right now I'm at that point where if I want to kill anything already, I'm going to go on the murder hobo rage. And I do want to kind of avoid that just a little bit. just check. Because, for instance, going up, I'm not going to go up now, right now, because she's here, and I forget if that triggers combat. And triggering combat with these guys is most likely going to aggro this room, so everything kind of chain reacts. If you want to murder hobo this in a more safe way, you want to go about it by clearing out small patches of areas. I don't know where the best area is to begin, to be fair. Out here, for instance, is a good place to start, because then you have some room where you can kind of kite things around if that becomes necessary. Maybe I should actually showcase this, because this is the more safe way to go about it. But I do want the kind of the big encounter at the Moonrise Towers later, where I'm going to be getting a lot of XP. So getting to level 9 is what I need to think about. And wonder if level 9 is achievable by killing the rest of the stuff that I'm missing out here, alongside with potentially the last light infight here, and the portal defense, if that has to go in there. How much I need the 4000 XP to get to that level. Probably I will need to do some of the things that I actually don't want to do, like the plant guy, for instance. Right, let's go and do some of the fights now. I'm going to go and deal with the mean locks first, and the reason why I'm not just killing those straight off the bat is because they do have a couple of things to look out for. One of them is the paralyze that they do. That's an instant death sentence, and the other thing is the fact that they do cast a fearful spell. They do make you fearful, potentially, but that's where I can opt for instance, the protection from good and evil, to protect myself from fear and charm and frighten. But that leaves out my AoE potential. So what I do is I go down here into the prison. And let's see, this is the wrong way. I go in through the prison over here. I definitely think I want to deal with these with my firewall spell. And then firewall with the moonlight lantern is surprisingly strong. Actually, before I do this, as a precaution, I'm just going to go and get myself a zombie or skeleton, one of the two. I am partial to necromancy here because it just adds that little bit of safety in the Wyll playthrough, that I get that extra body to kind of protect me. Which is why the level 9 power spike when I get access to the major summon is such a major thing. I do want the zombie. Zombie is just has just such insane potential. I mean, I could also go and fight what is his face, Lurthendorf, for instance, with an army of zombies. That's also potentially a great way to deal with them. Probably that could also solve that problem. And we're back. Okay. Right. Here we go. So here are the mean locks. 63 hit points. Fear aura, possibly frighten. So frighten is not the fearful spell. The frighten is the effect that Myrkul does that puts you in place, and it's also the effect that the protection from evil and good protects you from. However, this is a concentration spell, meaning that I cannot have this up along with, for instance, the wall of fire, and I just need to check one thing as far as the aura goes. The fear aura has a range of 4 meters. That means, let's just get out of this real quick. That means 4 meters is this range. So it's practically melee distance. So casting a firewall up until this point for me has been the most effective way. Casting it here, and then they come here, and then they effectively have a chance to kind of fear me at this point. But I am going to be in a strong position to resist that. I think I will be using the Blood of Lathander. I think they are aberrations, so they're not undead, the Fae. Oh, and with the protection from good and evil, I also get the disadvantage on attacks against me. So in so many ways, that spell kind of solves that whole problem of fighting the meanlocks in a way. Let's just see. So that means let's just see. So if I go a little forward, I should be able to trigger the fight and still kind of have my firewall set up, or maybe even, I forget, just attack them straight up. Let's see. This is the ring of free action necessary, and probably the Misty Step amulet just for general safety. And then I want to see what their armor class is. I'm not sure they're even going to get through the door. I'm just making sure that I don't make some kind of oopsie, because I haven't done these in a while. Probably the Absolute Warboard is a better choice here. Yeah, the critical strike immunity is cool, but not terribly necessary for this, I think. Let's just see, is there anything else that I want? Could be casting the light spell. We can do so on the shield here. And then just check the duration on that shield at the point. It does have a duration, which makes it kind of annuls the value of that light spell. When on the weapons it's permanent, so the duration of the light spell is a problem, right? Because then it wears off. Doesn't make any sense. Just going to check what's going to happen on the armor here. And now it looks like the armor retains, no, it also has the duration there. So that kind of, I don't know what the idea is, but like, if you just put it on your weapon, that's permanent. This is just a permanent light spell, so that's what you want to go for. And it stays there even if I unequip it. Alright, let's just see. Evasive shoes, anything that stacks armor I think is nice for this. Could also be the Shield of Scorching Reprisal, because that adds extra armor class for, I think it's 6 turns or something. So there are a couple of ways you can kind of improve your general odds here. I am going to just buff this. Then I think I am going to pull the mean lock with my bow here. Or maybe
Where am I needed?
just with the, there we go. And the turn-based mode on Wyll, otherwise stuff runs out. Yeah, so here's the paralyze, chomp chomp. And so let us drop the moon shield aura. Right, so I am going to cast the firewall now here. And then attack the meatlocks here. Put myself into combat. Bit of a weird situation where I have my turn, but not really. And here is the meanlock already. This is a little bit weird. Now I have my action. The meanlock is in my face though, which means, yeah. So that is the deal there. I am immune to the, oh, I'm not immune to the, that is a problem. Why did I allow that to happen there? That is a major problem. Forgot to equip the ring to resist the... Okay. That was very, very lucky. They are going to go through the fire, but I do need to do some very, very stupid things to not get into a very, very stupid position here. Let's just quickly see if that doesn't go in. Alright, so I do need to spend an entire action to equip the Ring of Free Action, which I forgot because I'm an idiot. Let's just quickly see. I have a couple of mean locks, like already 3 of them in my face. So that is for sure unfortunate. Let's just see. Do feel a little bit like repulsoring these guys back into the flames if I can get away with that.
Making my move.
Even if it does hit the zombie. Normally, positioning myself in the doorway is the best way to go, because that's going to trigger the fire damage for the mean locks in a more consistent way. In this situation, I allow them to get way more attacks on me than I really want to. Right, so I saved the Meanlock Fear. I could kind of trigger the retaliation damage on my... I could actually go ahead and use the Blade Ward and then kind of, in a way, offensively use my Armor of Agathis. That's one option that I have. Another option is the Sunbeam. Blade Ward plus the effect of the Armor of Agathis is so strong. Anyway, I was a little bit more afraid of this than I should have, but in the end I forgot to equip the most important part of the entire gear setup for this. So it's if you get paralyzed, it's instantaneous death, right? So that makes it a little bit scary for me. Alright, let's head in here. And then there is that covert cowl that has that critical strike reduction that we like, but it's light armor, and that's just a deal breaker. And if I remember correctly, if you go to this place to begin with and you talk to this, or you activate this node here, it gives you XP, and then when you go to the what is that place, the Mason's Guild, and you complete that bit down there, it gives you extra XP. So doing it in that other order is actually better. But no matter how you treat this, the Meanlocks, of course, with the right setup, with protection from good and evil, you're in a very, very strong spot. If that doesn't get removed, you can pretty much laugh at them. But if you're in that situation where you don't have that immunity to the paralyze and to the fear, frighten and whatnot, it is very scary, in my opinion. I've definitely lost characters down there for sure. Alright, so that was the Meanlocks. Alright, so where are we at? That was the Meanlocks. And so 4000 XP still, I think approximately 1000 XP in Act 1, maybe slightly more, so that brings me to 3000. So I still need to do something. The Isabel fight is something that I think could be done. I'm just going to go and check out the Isabel fight real quick and see what the potential for failure is there. Of course, you want to bring in that high initiative as high as you can get it.
A word, if I may.
Yes? I'm sure you would. Now, if you're...
There is a gimmick where if you go and you destroy the elemental, one of the cows down here, of course, is an ooze like an elemental. If you go and activate that fight and you kill it, Isabel should turn green and allied to you, and that's going to enable a couple of things. It's going to enable her to be targetable by some of the protective spells that you can cast, like you can cast you can target her with healing spells, like anything that's not inherently single target. So for instance, that enables, if you can keep Isabel alive for 2 turns, I think you're in a very good spot. Granted that you're also killing things yourself. Marcus is a bit of a random factor in that when the AI decides what to do with him in this fight, what he likes to do, particularly if he has taken damage, maybe that's a requirement, but what he likes to do is he likes to go to the place inside of his range where he can get most bang for his buck in his AoE attack, which also heals him. So what he likes to do is, if the fight commences, you're able to deal some damage to him. So that's a big consideration. If you just deal damage to him, he likes to simply fly down and engage with the rest of the inn and simply attack those. And that leaves, of course, the 3 very, very, very dangerous winged horrors that paralyze poor Isabel. But it also puts you in a position where he does that even with full HP. Critique reminds me. So that little bit where he goes away is what he likes to do. Is if there are not a lot of targets here, let's say that there is me and Isabel, and then maybe there is also the cheeky Quasit. Maybe my Quasit is also present. That means that's 3 targets. But if he can find 4 targets down here, then he'll prioritize to do that, and that's a very big, like, if you can get him out of the way, that's a very strong thing. And so, but allying with Isabel by fighting the ooze is something that I've never done, and I don't normally do this. What I normally like to do is to equip the Hellrider's Pride and have a setup where I try to begin the fight by using the Sentinel Shield, obviously. To have a high initiative, because now I lose my dex from my gloves, so it becomes roughly the same. I can change out the offense for, where is it? Did I make a decision to shelve? I actually did. The Bow of Awareness as well, to get extra additional initiative to win the fight and win the initiative. Because if I win the initiative, I have a chance to actually help Isabel out, move to a more safe location where I can kind of outrange, I can try to kind of get out of Marcus's range for his AoE. So many options opens up. Also, I can cast the haste spell as well, which I'll probably do anyway. The idea is to keep Isabel alive, but if she's not kept alive, I have to fight all of the harbors, which is, I guess, not optimal, but also kind of, I still think that that Halsin is going to be there for the portal defense if I fail this. But I do need the long rest. Because I do want my Moonbeam under every circumstance. Moonbeam is a potential big problem solver in this fight, in my opinion. Don't actually think I need the Earth Elemental. I think I just need one fairly average round without horrible luck to keep Isabel alive and destroy the winged horrors with the haste spell. And then also I do need a break in a moment to have some lunch. Yeah. And obviously I'm going to get Mr. Skeleton as well. There is also initiative on the helm here, so that means 1 plus 3, that's 4, plus the 1 from Dex, that's plus 5, a plus 5 to my initiative roll. Famous last words, should be enough. Soulgear. But because if I go down that path, I actually get to keep my bonus action power from the Nair Misser, which is very, very strong. Losing that bonus action is not something I want to do lightly. That bonus action is just so superior. Alright, let's see. Lathander and... There we go. And another thing, of course, is if you can get them to attack your minions, you can also use the attacks of opportunity to see if you can trigger the volatile. Oh, that was the wrong place. The Shield of Thralls volatile shield explosion to stun them is also going to save her. It doesn't take a lot of things to make this encounter more safe. And also another thing is that if you could get the Shield of Thralls on her as well, that's also a way to kind of get a chance for them to be I think I can open the door real quick. There we go. I don't think that the... Yeah, the Shield of Thralls must be targeted on an ally. If you can... It's my firm belief that if you can apply the Shield of Thralls on Isabel, I think you're in an unfairly good position. So I'm going to take a break, and then I'm going to hop back and destroy, hopefully destroy Marcus. Be right back. Be back later. All right. Let's just see if everything is back up. I think it is. It looks a little bit like everything's back up. Now I've got my eggs and my coffee, so I can go on for an hour or so. So probably I'll be trying to see if I can't clean up a couple of things today, and then next time I get a chance to stream, I will proceed into doing the worst encounters, so to speak. But for now, I'm going to go and see what we can do about Isabel here. I don't think I want to apply the shield thralls on my little friend here. Let's see, is there anything else? Nearmissa is ready with the elemental weapon. Don't have a light spell, but I don't need it. The Blood of Lathander will also blind. I didn't do the Ox, Ginger. I didn't do the Ox. It's I know that it's a thing, but like, I don't know. I don't even know how difficult it is to beat the Ox. I just know that I got that one bonus action that I can use to protect Isabel, and that's what I'm going for. It's going to be enough. And if it's not, then yeah. Then I guess we're going to get ourselves a lot of extra XP. Only real question for me here is, I could use the protection from good and evil on her to just get that disadvantage on the attacks. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference in my opinion. I do need to quickly browse over the items that I have to consider. Do I want to go for the clamor to inflict reverberation on Marcus? Is the fight going to be over in 2 turns either way, and is that going to be redundant? In that case, is the evasive shoes, do I want those? Is this just going to be, it's not really going to matter much? Then I might as well just go for those boots of stormy clamor. There's no reason not to, I think. I need the paralyzed immunity, amulet of restoration with the Hellrider's Pride, the shield for initiative, the helmet for initiative, the Blood of Lathander for blind on the ghouls, and the sunbeam. I don't think there's really anything else here that's going to make much of a difference. The coruscation ring could be valuable instead of the ring of protection, to add those radiating orbs to the creatures, because I do think all of this is illuminated. Yes, it is. So that could be kind of the only thing there. Callous glow ring could also be a thing. You know what? I'm just going to spread out these minions here. Or am I? Or am I? I am, because I don't want 3 creatures on me at the beginning of the fight. Even if I can kind of utilize that volatile shield there, I don't like the idea that Marcus is going to use his shout ability on all of us. That is really not interesting to me. So I'm going to place, I think, the skeleton over here. And I don't think I can block any of the doorways anyway. So that's not going to matter much. Okay. I want to skip the ring of protection for anything. That's the only real question here. Probably for the Callous Glow Ring, honestly. And then I just don't know if I want to precast the haste. I forget how that works. Probably that works fine. Can't see why not. Okay. Back, guys. Oh, that was the reverse order, but that doesn't matter much, I think, as long as he doesn't have that many targets to target. So I should be able to go in and just initiate at this point, and then everything should work accordingly. I should get my actions back when the fight starts, or maybe I just wait that one turn.
Heading out.
Let's go.
I didn't. The true.
But the cultists.
Oh wait. While you're busy in.
Marcus!
True soul. My instructions.
You.
Time.
Right. Yeah, so he gets the first turn here. And he shouts. Alright. Did I? I was surprised? No? Okay. Okay, fight commenced. He rolled, I think, an 11. I don't know what I rolled, but at least I'm number 2. The winged horrors that I need to look out for are unfortunately in initiative after Isabel. And the reason I say unfortunately is because in a sense I want them kind of clumped up so that I can do that massive damage to them with the sunbeam, and then, you know, that's going to be a problem to all of them. And now I have the 2 turns that I need to make the best of, and they're all of them after Isabel. Okay. Right. First things first. I'm going to healing word Isabel. Okay, so that's going to apply the blade ward to her, giving her those 2 extra turns. Marcus has a lot of temporary hit points. He was shouting right here. All of my summons decided to go to Marcus for whatever reason. So let's see if I can't get the explosive thing to work on the guy out here. That was the volatile shield stunning Marcus. That's completely irrelevant because he's number 1 in the turn order. So that did not work as intended. But I am going to go out here to just see if I can't kind of entertain the guy out here. And then I need to consider. Also, I think there's some kind of shenanigan where you can dimension door. Oh, she's not allied. Never mind. So probably going for these guys is going to be number 1. So I'll be attempting to kill this guy first. Is this because this is a door? Is this the thing? This is the door. How much movement? 18 meters. This is... This is just that mechanic that nobody really appreciates. Okay, we go here, I guess. And then... Why? That's the first one there. So probably what I am going to... Why is... Wyll? I mean, Wyll, you are just not being very cooperative right now. Okay. Right. So he did, I mean, he did go and open the door. It's not like Wyll didn't go and open the door. That's definitely not what happened for sure. We can also make her invisible. There are several ways, I guess, to do this. If I destroy Shovel, the shield is not going to... This is not a very advantageous action. I think I'm going to use the Sunbeam this way. It is going to effectively destroy Shovel, but the skeleton was unscathed and the winged horror is now blind, so I think that was the best use of that Sunbeam there. And then outside of saving Isabel, obviously, is the main goal is to save Lacrissa. And so one thing that is great about Isabel and about the stun on Marcus at this point is the fact that Isabel can now move without provoking the attack of opportunity that she, for whatever reason, prioritizes. She normally wants to get into the middle of the room and start a fight there. That's her favorite. So Volbrun got 2 attacks there, and he really beat the shit out of them. Oh, she decided not to. She's playing it very defensively, very clever. Very, very clever. Provokes a dash. And so he receives the blind and gets reverberation. So the blind also triggers the reverberation from the Blood of Lathander and the boots. Where is my girl, Lacrissa? She's right here, full HP. I generally never use them. Not to say that I don't do occasionally when I need some kind of damage potential addition, but those added like ways to trigger the reverberation from these boots is incredible. All right, so. Do I just go ham? No, I don't. I definitely don't. I want to kill the winged horrors for sure. I think there's a chance I can get Marcus to change his ways at this point. So that's one down, and then I blast the other one. Now Isabel is sitting with... I'm not even sure like the Blade Ward is going to be on her, but at this point... think he needs to go very hard on Isabel, I think, at this point. But just having, I would say, just having 2 turns of Blade Ward on Isabel is, in my opinion, generally enough to deal the damage that you need to do to secure the encounter. As far as I know, only the 3 winged horrors in the top room, like next to Isabel, are programmed to go for her. The rest will just fight randomly in the inn. And then Marcus obviously is has an interest in doing his AoE as much as possible. So there was the potential of the Guiding Bolt. That's always an interesting spell. Just doing a quick save because you never know this game. Knock unconscious. What does that mean? Makes a non-lethal attack against a creature. So he is actually, yeah, go back to sleep, Art Collag. What are you doing, man? Okay, so he is actually very not aggressively, but very consciously trying to knock her unconscious here. Okay, so I did take that attack of opportunity because I wanted to trigger the Armor of Akathis, but in fact also triggering the potential concentration loss was actually a little bit too stupid. Okay, I'm going to attack with the offhand first. Because now Isabel is sitting at 38 hit points, which potentially is not enough to secure her. But it is if my spells actually hit their target. Bam! There he goes. Alright, so now I'm going to move out into the inn here. And close the door. Not for you, Isabel. Sorry. He picked up, what did he pick up? He picked up a hand crossbow. This is one of those things that I like about this game. He goes and he picks up a hand crossbow. You know, what I think happens is that you solve the encounter in a very effective way. Somebody that just needs to go and do that critique, you know. Do it, record it, broadcast it somewhere to the public. And it's not, I mean, it's not even cheesing in a way. You prepare the battlefield, of course, but like, it's a very unique thing to do. For the class who can use the Arcane Lock. I don't even think the Arcane Lock comes in a scroll. I think you need to choose it from the, isn't it the wizard spell repertoire. Arcane Lock on the doors. That's a fantastic idea. I wonder if you cast Arcane Lock on the door that blocks Balthasar from exiting his chamber in the Shah Gauntlet, if he's unable to even come out when he needs to through the scripting in the Shadowfell. I wonder what happens then. What do we need to fight? Where are the enemies? I think we just need the one at this point. Oh, it's over here. So, just for a quick reference, what happened to me in this game was that I went to save Roland. I wanted to save Roland, and once I got down to that place where Roland is, he was dead already. He was already dead, and I have no idea. I don't know how that triggered.
Isabel,
so that's why Roland is missing.
Wait, what? Now that we have you. No.
Right, so now I have the buff the
Another
blessing of
parasite.
Selune.
Collect it. It might be useful.
But the arcane log is a very interesting. I wonder if you can get out. Yeah, you can get out because you can teleport, right? You can teleport to waypoints. Okay, she doesn't care. Good. So, all right. So I don't know if there's any experience to be gained through talking to Jaheira.
Among us. I trust that you will. A search burden, but did you learn anything? Was there anything else?
Are you kidding me?
Was there anything else? Then speak. They have me slain.
This is the dialogue. I think this is the introduction dialogue. That I didn't. Okay. Yeah, maybe the enemies will go and attack the doors. We don't know.
The shadows haven't. A search burden. Then speak. And so I gather.
All right. Okay. So 3,200 XP is left now. So I know that the portal defense is going to give me a lot, potentially. The plant thing is going to give me some, but the big plant monster is just a hassle to deal with outside of Major Cheese, and unable. And if I can't use the healing potions. Oh, let's see. Nothing in the gauntlet. Oh. Okay, I'm just going to go and check the plant monster out here. So the idea is that one way that you can, you can do several things to it. You can't really effectively kite it because it has like a 15 meters in European measurement reel in function, and that's a major problem. Even the bonus action click heals is not very effective on this particular monster. It's just my experience that fighting this guy, he likes to just throw you around for no good reason. I don't even think that putting radiating orbs on him is going to make much of a difference. We can attempt just for the fun of it and see if I can't pin him down with reverberation and whatnot. I need to quickly go and check his AC before I commit to this. Okay, 200 hit points. I think he regenerates. Let's quickly check. No regeneration, but 3 to 30 necrotic damage, which probably is magical damage, which I now am resistant to. So that's a plus. And the digestion, strain, digestive juices. So there is that instantaneous death that you can then collect from this monster. Magic resist. Right. So killing his friends is easy, but he's going to be following me and giving me a hard time. I mean, I can always escape with a missy step if shit hits the fan, and I can take like a single attack when he comes at me. So I am going to buff my stuff. and then we are going to attack some of his friends. On here. Doesn't initiate combat. It's probably the turn-based mode problem here. Let's see if it becomes a surprise. Doesn't, becomes an initiative here at this point, and then the battle commences. And here they come. Right, and Wyll is in combat. Okay. That is all well and good.
This is my time. Two steps at a time. Battle favors the fearless.
And he dashes, so he doesn't get to use his ability. But already now, like, it's dangerous. And the front needle blights are going to be in my face. So I can't do any smart AoE attack and kill everybody. That would have been a really smart solution. But that's not something that I can do, I think. Like, because these guys are going to use their dash ability and get to that front position there. So already, that's the consideration here. I could cast a firewall just to get rid of all of the... Oh, I don't want to spend the spell slots there. Let's just take this guy away as well.
Battle favors the fearless.
I mean, it is very tempting. Oh, it doesn't go any further. Then that is pretty easy. Probably this is my plan. After all, Call Lightning is basically free at this point. And what I want to see, and this is probably a little bit dangerous, if I can get a bit of reverberation on the big guy, can I manage to effectively pin him down and destroy him that way, or do I have to resort to the endless kiting? Because I don't know which is the case here.
Found my mark.
Okay. I'm just happy I wasn't in the middle of that whole explosion there. Looks horribly deadly. And so I think there is a kind of a way to kind of to kite around this rock that it kind of effectively can cause problems for you. Did the stun go off? No, it did not. Just quickly saving. Alright, so now we're in the usual situation for me where I have the boss here on his own. So the safe spot that definitely works is that if you go to this location and you climb up the stair, or you misty step up, whichever way works for you. If you can get up to this location, there's a safe spot up here where you can kind of go backwards and forwards while he's down here. You can go to the edge and shoot. And that works. That's I've tested that. That definitely works. So that would be interesting to do, but the problem is that his adhesive whip has, like, I think it is... I want to go and quickly check it. Pretty sure it's 15 meters. So, quick check here. Shadow Curse Shambling Mound. Adhesive whip is 15 meters or 50 feet. So this is basically like the whole screen. The 15 meters means that he needs to go to this location, which I don't know if he's able to at this point. The Shambling Mound moves. Movement is at... Can't really see on the wiki what the movement of the entity is. But like I'm assuming that it has 9 meters approximately. That's what I'm going to count with, at least. So let's just quickly go and check again. So the 15 meters, that means he needs a total of 24 meters to be able to whip me. And currently he is at 33 minus 9, that's 26. That's going to be too far away for the adhesive whip, but something tells me this is not accurate enough. Something tells me that this is going to disappoint me a lot. So I could shift around to the Hunger of Hadar. Maybe the blindness inside the Hunger of Hadar is going to be... That could be interesting, really. Let's try and see what happens if I do this.
Let my enemies fall.
So he does not take a lot of damage from the cold spell at this point. Maybe he's even immune. He's resistant. But now he's inside the Hunger of Hadar, and I use my click heals to increase the distance. Let's see. Does slow him at least a bit. And it does seem to blind him, but he needs to get knockback for that to be effective. Right now I still need to deal with his friend. So I don't think that this is a very strong method of dealing with this guy. He's still in there though, right? He's still inside the Hunger of Hadar. If he's effectively blinded, is that going to mean... I'm just going to... Oh wait! Oh shit. Okay, so that happened. That wasn't the intention. Shambling Mound is now in this position. Okay. Is it going to go back? It's going to go back. Because otherwise, in terms of safety, this is something that I feel like I would need to science out pretty aggressively in terms of figuring out exactly what's what with this encounter, because it deals a lot of damage, and I think this is definitely one of those stupid places where I could end up just dying. Okay, then I'm going to show the safe spot instead. That is otherwise an option to use. And it's a safe spot if you don't fuck up, obviously. But I hope I don't. So let's see what happens here. So in this case, it's going to mean me misty stepping to this location. This is just need to be sure. If he brings me down, that is a major problem. So do I have initiative to do this? Let's just put on invisibility for the safety of this. It makes no sense playing around with this.
Keeping pace.
So climb the ladder here. Probably you can even do the whole encounter this way. And then re-equip the I'm going to try this out just to see what happens with all of the reverberation. And then the probably, where was it? Right, so this is a situation where I just want to be sure, because this is effectively, around this place is effectively a safe spot. He's not able to see you up here. So I'm going to go, just to be absolutely sure, to this location. I think this is safe enough. Let's see. And we go. Why is combat not initiated? That's super duper annoying. Oh, no. Okay, 10 initiative. Okay, so reverberation is going in through radiating orbs maxed out. So we stay in that position. I think it's over here actually. Let me just, I tend to forget. Let's see what he does. Yeah, he goes below. That means he cannot effectively pull you in. And he is, as far as I remember, immune to piercing damage, which is why the Near Misser is a very strong option for this. I am going to keep my spell slot here, I think. We don't mean to push him anywhere. So the prone is going on. Let's see what that means. That means he's getting up. And he does get some sort of action or reaction at least. So and the reverberation prones him again. But it very much to me looks like looks like he does get that action to do something. So even if, I mean, that could mean that he just gets to move, but like I'm thinking that it means he gets to do something. What I'm aiming at, if I was to fight him somewhere, if he would get to leash me in every time that that he got up, I think that would still be too dangerous. At least that's what my gut feeling tells me. And there is the resist on the reverberation as well. So there is that chance that it still is not going to work. Targeting in this game when it comes to stuff like this is just, oh, he's prone, so I can't attack him this turn. Just going to check. Right, so I think I'm going to add the psionic overload just for the fun. So don't have anything I need to concentrate on. And it does speed up the encounter just a little bit. But this is definitely very cheesy, and that's something that I think is a very effective part of, very good part of doing this kind of challenge. So that brings me down to 2,400 XP to level 9. Getting there slowly. All right. What do we have left? The Maze Elves. Not a big fan of Maze Elves and the whole Garroth thing. Maybe it's not that dangerous to fight these, but I am a little bit unsure, to be fair. Probably clearing out the basement in the Moonrise Towers. I do want to kill the Warden off before before the assault on the Moonrise Towers, no matter what. We have the Adept and the two Zealots up here, and I'm not quite sure how much is going to participate in the real fight. But then I have some more cultists out here. I don't know how much I effectively need to go ahead and kill before I'm able to get to that spot that I want to be at. Probably I want to go and attack. I want to go to let's quickly see the XP. There's XP here. There's the Warden and also the hooked horrors. So that's actually a pretty good starting off point. That is a pretty good starting off point. Even though every one-on-one encounter with any cultists, anything is both dangerous and scary and dangerous. I do think a couple of them are completely impossible to avoid. So like, and it means, for instance, killing this guy, right? With one spell slot. And that's not going to happen. Quick long rest. I think what I am going to do is do the last bit of clearing here, and then I need to break off the stream. Baby has woken up after all, so there's that. But generally, every one of these encounters, like with the cultists and everything that involves murder hoboing in this area, is super dangerous. Also, the attack on Moonrise Towers is also very dangerous. I don't know even if it's a super good idea for Wyll to do that without clearing things beforehand. Because, I mean, he has 2 spell slots, potentially 3 with the necklace that I'm going to get from the Warden there. So that's 3 spell slots. That's just not a whole lot. There she is. Thank you, Karis. And then let's get the buffs underway. And they have an awful high armor class, the Zealots. I don't feel like I can talk up that monster or that enemy enough. I can't kind of put a number on the amount of hardship that these guys have wrought on me. I've died I don't know how many times to these. It's like, oh, you forget they're there, you forget they're hostile, suddenly you're next to them and they deal like a gazillion damage, and it's not even funny. Let's see, this is slightly obscured. Oh, this just works. Reduce the amount of crit that you need. And so, no, I'm not gonna bless for this. What is the armor class? Let's just check real quick. It's 18. It's pretty awful, and the hit points are 91. So I need to peel off a lot of hit points off that guy. Okay, so these guys are down here. This could potentially work to my favor, I guess. So just... But other than that, I like to just keep it upstairs so I can kind of kite it just a little bit. And I don't think I want a short rest for the... Yeah, I do, because I want to use the mirror image. There we go. And have the initiative, which is fine. Is it... Yeah, I'm maxed out on the reverberation. Let's just see what that does to these guys, because maybe that actually helps me out a whole lot more than I want to admit. Saved reverberation. Put radiant orbs up and stuff. Okay, let's just hope he doesn't go for me. And that's the thing. Then he abjures, which frightens or it slows. And either way, I mean, you're going to be in a situation where a very, very dangerous enemy is right next to you. And you... Oh. Did he just go out of my line of sight here?
A bright idea.
How dare he? No, he didn't. He didn't? Did he? Right. And there is the... This is just to give an idea about what's going on there. I'm not even sure. I don't know for sure that the skeletons are resistant to... well, we can check. There is no resistance going on here. This is just 88 of radiant damage. That's a potential of 64 damage on a single attack roll. And then you add the thunder damage, which is 46, and the normal slashing damage. This was a critical hit. But just to say that this is like 66 damage. And this is just what happens with these guys. And suddenly you find yourself in a situation where you take that amount of damage, you're going to be dead. So very, very, very dangerous. Very extremely dangerous, these guys. One sec. I just need to make a real quick phone call, and then I'm going to kill the warden. Okay, så det går 5. klasse. Okay. Nå, skat. Jeg er stadigvæk ekstremt stolt af dig, og jeg ved, at der vil være et tidspunkt, hvor du tænker, fuck, jeg kunne ikke have det. Men det er så godt, du holder fast, og jeg har overhovedet sikkert noget, vi skal snakke om, så jeg tror, du holder her. Så vil jeg ikke afsløre den af. Så, men skat, vi snakkes ved rigtig god aften, og ikke? Har du prøvet at snakke med ham? Så skal jeg skrive ham på. Jeg skriver ham på. Jeg skriver bare en sms til Thor. Jeg skriver til Thor og spørger. Skal jeg kigge på, om vi har det ansigt på det, ikke? Okay, Baldur. Jeg elsker dig. Vi snakkes videre, ikke? Hej. Næsten færdig. Right, just see if I can't finish the last couple of encounters here in the recesses of the prison, and then I probably need to stop. I'm pretty certain that I left out the hook horrors down here, which are not particularly fun to fight, but like I'm thinking with the Blade Ward and the Armor of Agathis, I think I can probably get some work done here. And then we're gonna move in for the combat. Take the initiative, no knockback, and then we just shoot these guys. Yeah, and then we're going to take them to the face in a moment, and they're probably going to pound me, but I think like with the Blade Ward and the Armor of Agathis, I think I can get them to kill themselves. So the pound and the prone, and then I don't know if the Blade Ward is going to... I think I'm going to just trigger one attack here. Come on. Okay. Then we got this. They are not even hitting me. That's going to be very difficult. There we go. So that is the 20 damage there. That's very effective. And I still have a lot of armor up, so I'm just gonna keep on pushing the Blade Ward. Multi-attack is going to add the damage from the Armor of Agathis several times. So the multi-attack is not really doing them any favors when they're taking 20 damage per bit. But I still think like this is probably I can't get anywhere. Can I jump? Yeah, that works. I just want to trigger the Armor of Agathis. Go. They killed themselves. It's just such an effective trick that the Warlock has up its sleeve with the Armor of Agathis. So the amount of XP that you get for these mobs in this zone is just out of this world. Like it goes beyond anything anywhere else. 2000 XP left. So there is that fight with the Warden that you definitely want to do ASAP because it's just so good. This is the wrong way. No, this is the right way, sorry. And then let's see. Warden goes invisible. It's a ranger. She does a lot of damage with some very specific arrows. So fighting the Warden is something that I think it's as long as you know kind of what you're doing, it's okay. But I mean, it can get hairy for sure. She does deal a whole bunch of damage. So it does involve spending my Armor of Agathis spell slot here. No short resting for spells. And then we're going to go in. And I just need to be sure that probably I'm going to let her spend all of her turns with the invisibility if I can, because there is that one thing that I tend to forget, which is also with the Luck of the Far Realms a bit of a problem, because I actually need to apply I want to apply the subjugation, the paralyze condition on her. So let's head in there. Let's just max out on the reverb. See what happens here. This is right here. So let us just get the show started. So we're triggering the crit and the paralyze. Go. And why does she get a turn to do something? Hellish Rebuke. Okay. So do I want to counterspell this? with a level. It's potentially, no, I don't. I want to take the, oh, she doesn't get to do it anyway. So now she has a paralyze of 2 turns, which is great. So I'm going to shoot here. Critical hit. I've got to buff my near misser. It's always a disadvantage. You want thunder damage there. So this is when the paralyze should wear off. Yeah, she has her action, but she's on the ground, so I'm guessing we're getting a little bit of extra time with her. Yeah, so she is going to get an action to do something to me. Let's see what she chooses to do. She goes invisible. And I have no idea where she is now. Okay, good to know, good to know, good to know. There's always ways to learn more in this game. I'm just wondering if I'm going to let it use her attack on me. She has 2 attacks. One is the lightning arrow thingy. I'm actually thinking like... Probably I want to do this. That didn't hit her. So potentially she's in another location here. Where in the world is... Oh, yeah. Go roll scratch. The whole idea with the fight, or the big idea with the fight in this case, is that even though I was able to paralyze her, I'm still fighting her, but of course in a very weakened state. She still gets to use her mechanics in a way, and one of them is to turn invisible. And then she has a couple of high level ranger spells that just deals a buttload of damage, and she has high AC, so. Right, so now he's been seen. It's very odd that it's being revealed. Oh, it's a scrying eye. It's the scrying eye upstairs. How come?
This is mine.
So now that means she's watching in this direction. My guess is that she's up here somewhere. See you, Ginger. I need to leave the stream in a sec. I want to make a mad guess that she went up here. Well. So I can actually counterspell this bit. And like... Is she going to make 40 damage on me? No, she's not. She dealt 21 damage. Yes, we're doing the stream tonight. Yeah, that's the idea. We're going to do the multi-stream tonight. That is the idea. That is the idea. Right, I don't know. I think that the eye upstairs at this point is worth a lot of pennies in terms of experience. So it's a little bit like you want to go to that eye. Let's just see. Chaos ensues when you engage those eyes. If you don't kill them instantaneously, you're in for a bad time. There we go, 140 XP. So that does bring me closer to level 9. The murder hoboing of the Moonrise Towers for sure is the biggest contributor to getting to that 10th level or 11th level, no matter, depending on what you want to do. But yeah, 140 XP per thing that you kill is just insane. Okay. All right. So I think I need to go and begin the rest of the day. Also need to pick up kids and whatnot. But I am going to go to the place where I need to continue this from, I think. Just so I don't forget it, which is the guards out here. Actually, I do think potentially I want to skip to Act 1 and finish Act 1 and just see what happens from there. And see how much XP it is that I need and continue from that vantage point. I think I have about 1,000 XP in Act 1, which I didn't do. And I think that's grossly preferred to get that XP, to just see how much I need to hobo in order to make the level 9 goal work. Because I think at level 9, I can attempt some of the more dangerous things, like, for instance, Warga's and some of the other endgame thing. Another thing that I was wondering is, if I begin a fight, let's say if I begin a fight with these Spore Servants. I mean, there are ways to do this, right? I can click one of their things and they become immediately hostile. And to my knowledge, that means I can kill them. They're temporarily hostile, but everybody goes hostile, including Spore. But to my knowledge, he's going to turn non-hostile later on. And that's one way to get like a buttload of XP. So probably that's one of the things that I need to investigate. Can I kill these? And then I have like Minotaurs, like a little bit of XP here. I have the Bullet, I have the Observer, I have, I don't know if I have the Dwarves. I still have the Dwarves that wake up by the lake. And I got like, yeah, all kinds of stuff, like the Claw Monsters over here, a bit of XP. So I think safely I get to the 1000 XP. The 9th level here. And then also I think there's a little bit left in the Grimforge. I think the one of the things that I would really love to do, I think, would be the region lock. I think the region lock is one of the more interesting aspects of rules in this game, where you just have to do everything that you want to do in a given region, and then you have to go to the next. One disadvantage I think there is to that is that I think you need to kill basically everything. You need to kill and destroy everything in every region to get the required XP and sort of upper hand in terms of the remaining stuff, which I'm not a big fan of. Oh, also another thing that I didn't do, which I'm also going to do, is Bernard and his friends. And I have yet to figure out. I already got XP from Bernard, but I didn't get XP from all of his 5 or 6 robots, which is a lot of XP, right? So that's another thing. So I'm going to milk Act 1 dry and complete everything there, and then consider what I want to do. And one of the things that I really want to do is head into the astral plane and trigger the Wargas fight when coming back from the astral plane. At that point, I'm going to be in a position where hopefully I can get a high initiative, and then I need to consider how to move along with that encounter. If I go for a paralyze of Wargas, and then if he's paralyzed, then try to kill all his cronies. I think that might be a good play, strong play. If you can kill his friends, particularly the rangers, so that you don't get that knockback and knockdown prone. There's a lot of consideration, in my opinion, when it comes to that whole thing. And then whether or not I want to kill Bernard with his robot friends active or not, I haven't quite made up my mind about. I don't think it's proving anything to anybody at any point anyway, so I don't think it matters. I think the Bernard is obviously a little bit dangerous, but I think the robots, I think if you can, I think it's pretty manageable at this level. And I've got my armor of Agathis and whatnot. Right. So buy the monster here for next time, and then a clear up of the rest of Act 1. Oh yeah, I didn't complete this yet. Does that mean... Oh. Yeah, then I probably can't kill this guy. Because I don't have anything to hamper his healing, and I don't think I can cause enough damage on him without the Frost Staff. Or can I? Yeah, probably I'll just quickly check it out. Maybe even have the monster attack me is even a bonus because of the Agathis. I think I'm actually just quickly going to finish with this without the ice staff, which I always normally use the ice staff that you collect in the Underdark, because and then I like to add the what do we have it? I like to add the necklace of elemental augmentation. So as much power as possible with a high charisma, and then I like to kill it that way. But I am going to see if I can't kill it just with my armor of Agathis and the setup that I currently have here. How much damage I can apply to this guy. This is definitely not enough, I think. Yeah, it heals everything. So the only thing I think that's really going to make this work is, and I'm a little bit uncertain if the reverberation is going to control him. I think I tried that once and it didn't quite go that way that I wanted it to. So I think that it's currently prone. I still think the healing still goes in there. And then the funny thing is that once the reverberation, or once the prone hits with the reverberation, it clears all of the debuffs. It doesn't clear the radiant orbs, but it clears the ability drain. It's pretty goddamn weird. Does it already clear it at this point? Yeah, it clears the ability drain. The reverberation prone clears the ability drain. That's it's kind of funky, though the radiating orbs are not really doing me any favors. Oh, that was the wrong. doesn't really matter much. I mean, either I can kill it or I can't kill it, and it all depends on the damage that I can do, because I cannot count on the healing blocking. So it all depends on the damage that I can do inside of my haste spell, which is already running out. Oh yeah, the slam probably prones, right? So that's a problem. Then I would get lethargic and stuff. So that's... I don't think that I can do this without the vulnerability from the... without the invulnerability or the vulnerability from the staff, to be honest. It's not that I don't want to do it or don't want to do this fight or anything else. I just have a very hard time believing that this is in any way possible. Don't know actually if this is dangerous. Probably this is dangerous. Let's see. I forget if it... I don't know if it knocks down. Yeah, this is just stupid. So in case I was supposed to make this work, push him from the fire surface. Yeah, that's true. That is true. That is one way to do it. But I think right now I'm getting to that point where my haste is running out. I mean, I could stack a little bit more damage with the psionic overload, but then again I need to deal with the concentration stuff. Okay, so the multi-attack. I just want to see. Doesn't look like it. Just looks like it has that multi-attack there. Yeah. So probably one of the best ways to deal with this guy is to throw him off the bridge somewhere or something. It's not going to be enough. And then what you're suggesting is if I push him, I attempt to push him where there's no lava. That would be... And then there's lava here. So then I push him over here maybe. So probably I still am going to be lacking. Then I could misty step in and maybe knock him down somewhere. Let's try this out. Oh, that worked. Okay, so the Thorn Whip was the king of the battle here. GG. Okay, I need to shut down the stream, but thanks for watching, Critique. As always, thanks a lot for all of the advice. Thank you for the insights. I don't remember a stream where you haven't provided something that I actually really needed for the encounter, so that's fantastic. And hope to see you again, obviously. Have a fantastic day, everybody, and I will see you tonight when I stream with Ginger, Sehuke, and Meriden on our 4-person party run where we do weird things. All right. See you.